Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. I declare day 2 of the Regional Forum for Africa and the Middle East on Conflict Prevention and the Human Rights of Minorities officially open. Excellences, distingués experts et représentants, bonjour tout le monde. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Marhaba. For those who may have just joined us today, I am Fernand de Varenne, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues. I will now continue in French for a few moments. So please use the interpretation button, which should be at the bottom of your screen. Je vais maintenant procéder dans la très belle langue de Molière. Avant de commencer avec le troisième panel ce matin, je voulais partager avec vous quelques observations et aussi des rappels par rapport à ce forum.
Regarding this forum in general, I would like to recall that you need to put off your camera and micro. Only those who are going to take the floor can do it. So there are 3 precise points. So we talked about yesterday. So this forum is on minorities only. So it's not minorities, so it's not a forum on other questions. Other activities for other questions, very important, can be raised. By this activity, it precisely is one of the rare events concerned with minorities only. Second, we are going to concentrate this year on the problem of how to prevent conflicts regarding minorities. So in fact, with all the data we have since Second World War, which have been launched by experts, by many projects also. So three-fourths of the conflicts in the world are ethnic conflicts. Of course, there are other conflicts of other nature. There will be always other possibilities to explore these questions of conflicts during other meetings, but this forum and this year will be concerned with how to prevent conflicts of our concern in particular. Third, my mandate is limited to minorities. I am an independent expert and I don't have the authority over other issues other than minorities, whether linguistic or religious minorities. I do not represent the United Nations, and this regional forum doesn't concern other issues other than the minorities issues.
Only deal with national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, only recommendations dealing with minorities and connected in some way to the prevention of conflicts will be retained. Remember that this is the focus of this forum, regional forum, the prevention of ethnic conflicts in connection with the human rights of minorities. Now, this in no way dismisses the importance of other matters, which have been raised by some of you. There are other mechanisms. I want to emphasize this. There are other mechanisms. There are other special rapporteurs at the United Nations. There are also mechanisms at the African Union, which can and should be contacted and approached. But strictly speaking, it is beyond my mandate and my authority to deal with those. There are also the regional offices of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights who could also communicate with and raise other matters. There are also very precise allegations in some cases that we've just received from yesterday. There are sometimes very precise allegations of violations of the human rights of minorities. But again, these may not or do not appear to be connected to conflict prevention. But in these cases, I would invite you to communicate with the members of my team in Geneva at an email that I will be putting up in the chat box function in Zoom for you to raise these cases what it would be what we call a communication within these special procedures. When it's very specific, when it clearly deals with a concrete situation of denial of the human rights of minorities, but not connected with conflict prevention, I would suggest that you immediately, or you try to reach one of my team members at the email I'll be sharing with you in a few moments. And finally, some recommendations that we received, and I am a bit perplexed at this, but some recommendations that we receive actually deny they involve minorities. To reiterate the point I've made a few times, this mandate and my mandate and this regional forum deal very strictly with minority issues. If a group is not a minority, it cannot claim, for example, or if it raises essentially concerns as a people, but not as a minority, that's the prerogative of the group or the individuals involved. But once again, that means that you are excluding my mandate and my involvement to address those rights. So I repeat, my mandate cannot deal with other groups if they are not minorities. If there are claims only as an indigenous people, but not as a minority, then there is, I should remind you, a special rapporteur for indigenous peoples, and there are other mechanisms as such. As I indicated yesterday, and I want to emphasize the point before turning to the next panel, this is a regional forum for the prevention of violent conflicts and the protection of the human rights of minorities. How do we prevent armed conflicts from erupting inside a country when, as we heard on a number of occasions yesterday, these usually involve minorities who have grievances of injustice, discrimination, dispossession, and exclusion? So how can we disarm these ticking bombs, ticking time bombs, as Lady Justice Jamila pointed out yesterday, through ensuring the protection and implementation of the human rights of minorities? So therefore, this regional forum, as a reminder, and the recommendations which seem to involve human rights issues around minorities to avoid future conflicts, how can we formulate these? How can we deal with some of the violent conflicts in order to prevent them and perhaps stop them, or at least reduce them? And also, how can we include in recommendations lessons on what should be done in order to achieve societies that are respectful, inclusive, and reflective of the diversity of the population, of the entire population of a country, without discrimination? And finally, perhaps as a closing reference, can we achieve justice for minorities as a condition for peace and prevent conflicts? And what therefore ought to be put in place, would be put into place by the United Nations, states, and other actors in this area. These are the matters, these are the areas that you are asked to focus on. And these are the recommendations we will be looking for and retaining. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, before I give the floor to the moderator of the next session, let me inform you that those who did not have a chance to speak during the interactive dialogues yesterday will hopefully have a chance to do so today. As a reminder, in case this was not explained yesterday, it is strictly on a first come, first served basis. There is no order of priority or right of reply. International organizations or states do not have a priority. All participants who address the theme of the human rights of minorities and the prevention of conflict have an equal right to ask questions or to make a brief, and I emphasize the word brief, 2-minute intervention. Hopefully we will have time perhaps to accommodate everyone, or perhaps even to give a bit more time for everyone. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased and honored to now introduce the moderator for the next thematic session on obstacles to implementing the rights of minorities and early effective conflict prevention. This will be an opportunity to perhaps reflect a bit more with a theme that came up on a number of occasions yesterday, as well as in key reports and concept for the regional forums under my mandate. There cannot be peace without justice for minorities. I would like now to introduce Mr. Fateh Azzam, who is the executive committee member of the Boston Consortium for Arab Region Studies, as well as member of the Palestinian Independent Commission for Human Rights in Ramallah, among many other hats and recognition in areas of direct relevance to this theme. Mr. Azzam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor de Beren, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to this third thematic session. Yesterday, we discussed the root causes of contemporary conflicts involving minorities and reviewed the normative framework for the human rights, minorities, and conflict prevention. In this session, we will get to the more difficult discussion of what the obstacles are to implementing the human rights of minorities and the necessity of overcoming those obstacles in order to effectively prevent and eliminate conflicts. As we do so, I repeat the urging of the Special Rapporteur for us to focus our discussion on information and analyses that help us all develop specific recommendations for the way forward. Also, please go ahead and propose and send in such recommendations, which will be reviewed by the Special Rapporteur for inclusion in the upcoming report to the Human Rights Council. Now, without further ado, let's get into our discussion. Ask our speakers to make their presentations within 10 minutes, starting with Mr. Geofrey Sabiiti, who is the Africa Conflict Prevention and Peace Building Coordinator for the Minority Rights Group International. Mr. Sabiiti, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, the moderator, for this opportunity. Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, the honorable ministers, the special rapporteur on minority issues, distinguished panelists, and the participants. My discussion will focus on the need for effective conflict prevention mechanism, but also the difficulty in establishing mechanisms that are truly effective. I will follow 3 steps. First, I will highlight some of the drivers behind the conflicts affecting minorities in Africa, as these drivers must be addressed for the conflicts to be prevented. Secondly, I will identify a few factors of escalation of violence. These factors also need to be addressed to avoid disputes transforming into violent conflicts and to mitigate the human consequences of these conflicts. Lastly, I will offer a few recommendations to address the aforementioned challenges. But let me start by a few words of context. As we know, minorities in Africa live in extreme marginalization. They face discrimination, exclusion from development processes, and the areas where they live are often targeted for natural resource exploitation without fee, prior and informed consent, leading to violation of their land rights, displacement, and poor living condition. Ethnic minorities and indigenous people often live in regions that are affected by extreme weather conditions. For example, prolonged droughts are responsible for perennial conflicts, overgrazing rights, and water access among the pastoralist communities in East Africa. But also, ethnic minorities live in areas prone to persistent conflicts due to tension between ethnic groups. For instance, the Batwa, Borana, Gabra, Bambuti, and other ethnic minorities in DRC, in Eastern DRC Congo. Decades of conflicts have not spared them from being targeted because of their identity. Against this background, therefore, I can mention 2 or 3 factors of conflict that can be identified. Resource competition is a key conflict risk factor. It lies in the supremacy battle between the major ethnic groups, hence affecting the minority communities around them. Competition over natural resources, frequent drought and climate change. But also drought remains one of major conflict driver in the region. While climate change is an issue globally, the impact and the consequences are even more acute in African region, particularly in Karamoja, in Uganda, Isoro, Marsabit in Kenya, and northwestern escarpment of Ethiopia Rift Valley. The other factor can be unresolved and deep-seated ethnic rivalries. One ethnic group strategizing on how to frustrate the life of the other ethnic groups. For example, we have seen this among the Borana and the Gabra in Kenya, among the Basongora and the Bakonzo in southwestern Uganda, that's the Rwenzo region. It must also be mentioned that ethnic hatred is largely escalated by a number of factors. On the one hand, politicians who use bad politics to divide and rule. On the other hand, parents, family, and the other members of societies who maintain and pass down tribal statements and hatred through generation. I think it's important to mention this, that hatred is often overstated to the extent that controversy involving in 2 people of different ethnic pits and entire ethnic groups against the other. For instance, we have seen this among the Turkana and the Pokot in Kenya, where sometimes even the community-based organization from that area cannot implement in the other community, which is a big challenge. Now, a number of factors are not necessarily drivers of conflict, but they play a role in escalation of these conflicts into violent bloodshed and the worsening of situation of tension. I can mention 3 of them. The presence of small arms and light weapons in the hands of the public, best described as arms supermarket, and this is due to availability of all types of arms that finds its way to the red market among minority communities and later to other proximate dominant communities. In Marsabit, Kenya, and Karamoja in Uganda, every group is said to have acquired arms for self-defense against other ethnic groups. For the incidence of arms in civil hands in Isoro is dated back to mid-1960s during the Shifta War that had its epicenter in Isoro and up to today. A second challenge also is that the sustained human rights violation in a prolonged conflict setting can also serve as a driving factor that deepens divisions and animosity among the parties of conflict. Now, they can turn to the obstacle that stands in the way of effective early warning and early prevention mechanism. The first is the nature and the chain of the conflicts. It is imperative to note that some of the conflicts in the region, especially among the minority communities, are dynamic in nature. Some conflicts just emerge and are only identified at escalation level. These could range from ethnic family conflicts that just emerge from significant incidents, like animals destroying crops, and they are likely, and the other parties retaliate with force immediately. It should also be noted that such incidental acts in most cases spread widely in the minority communities and end up seeking sympathy from the rest of the community members who end up victimizing other parties. The second obstacle can be poor capacity of police and other security organs to protect the minority communities. Police inability to respond comes from the challenges of the terrain and sometimes the command that is mostly slow and is insensitive in planning counterattacks. And sometimes police are found partisan, taking sides depending on which community have more influence in the government and distributes hostilities, which erupts into conflicts. I can also mention that the time taken between the warning and the response is another challenge. The time lag between when the warning is made, the time to respond by the authorities is another obstacle. Oftentimes, issues are reported and the leaders either ignore or do not respond, and in some cases, the delay to take actions and a conflict escalates. This is due to lack of capacity among the responding mechanisms, viewing the warning as mere alarmist, among others. Let me give the 4 recommendations. First, it's important to know that we should adopt a holistic approach to peace building that includes the economic empowerment of minorities. The current obstacle requires an all-around approach that will address the economic, social, and the political well-being of the people. These are the same communities that are dominated by poverty, limited access to basic social services like water, education, and health. Such a situation has kept the minority communities illiterate, poor, and marginalized, a reason why most of them are always disgruntled. Secondly, we should institute a regional disarmament, small arms and weapons control, and a conflict resolution process that involve the participation of northern and eastern neighbors, particularly Kenya and Sudan. African Commission Human Rights and People's Rights need to conduct a mission to these countries to deepen dialogue with the government on various human rights issues affecting minority and indigenous people in the country. Lastly, the governments must urgently address ethnic-driven conflicts in the region through effective and genuine mediation that apply other methods that enforce peaceful coexistence and the resolution of conflicts. This should include government prioritization of addressing perennial drivers of these conflicts, land ownership, cultural and linguistic rights challenges, political participation, and eco-shared socio-economic opportunities by the communities prone to conflict.
Thank you very much. I think
I should mention that as I'm ending, that inclusion of women and youth in the peace agenda is very important. Women and youth are central in ethnic conflict prevention and peace building. And if you are to have a meaningful mediation and dialogue, you need to involve women and youth from these minorities and indigenous communities. I beg to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sabiiti, and for a very informative and very much on point presentation, and for the recommendations as well. I would like now to call upon Professor Kwadwo Appiagyei-Atua, Associate Professor at the School of Law at the University of Ghana. Professor Kwadwo, you have 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Your Excellencies, the Special Rapporteur, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to have the opportunity to address this forum on the obstacles relating to minority rights issues and early prevention of conflict. My presentation is just to look at 3 main points that I have noted as my recommendation. And the first point is that the problem with obstacles to preventing the rights of minorities and for their ability to enjoy their rights and therefore provide early effective prevention mechanisms is attributed to a lack of understanding, underdevelopment, and the non-application or misapplication of the concept of minority rights in public discourse. Generally, minority rights is not seen as something that should inform the human rights discourse in a number of African countries. And so it is taken for granted. And I think this is partly related to how the minority issue came into the landscape of African politics, which is as a result of colonialism. In one of my publications, I identify about 8 or so factors that have resulted in minority issues becoming part of the African political landscape. However, at the time of independence, decolonization did not lead to decolonization of all peoples, that is the whole country attaining independence, did not lead to decolonization for minority groups. And most of them remain internally colonized. And this is partly also attributed to the fact that the UN mechanism through the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which did not recognize self-determination, and even the 2 international covenants recognized decolonization in the context of a whole people becoming independent, except reference to Article 27 on minority rights, which is seen in an individual context. So the Organization of African Unity, which was the original body set up in 1963 to deal with continental issues, did not give any room for human rights exercise, let alone to talk about minority rights issues, for a number of reasons. One is the fact that the nation state is made up or have been forced to be grouped together by many ethnic groups, and therefore to allow for recognition of human rights generally and minority rights in particular will result in the breakup of that fragile nation state, which therefore called for recognition of the sanctity of borders, which was attained at the time of independence. And so in a number of countries, tribalism was banned, and the one-party system that came into place also solidified the position that there shouldn't be any room for dissent, no room to question issues, and we are all one people. That idea has stuck in the minds of Africans, and even political commentators and writers, as well as politicians themselves, do not therefore recognize the space for minority rights. This was even reflected in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Even though there are references to peoples, initially the idea was that it would refer to countries that were still fighting for independence. Until more recently, in some cases, the Commission has gone to the extent of trying to recognize, even in that respect, mainly internal self-determination, but not external self-determination, which to an extent is positive in order to maintain the borders that will ensure peace within the system. But the bottom line is that the idea of minority rights is underdeveloped. It has not been properly conceptualized within the African framework. So the idea of the equality approach, which I want to bring into the discourse, is that there's a practice of de jure recognition of the equality approach. But in reality or in fact, there's the application of the non-equality approach, which is indirect discrimination in most African countries. So there is a need to move from the non-equality approach to equality plus approach. The equality plus approach is where minority groups will be given that specialized recognition that they need, so that to be able to realize the Human Rights Project, which calls for equality, sameness, and unity. For minority groups, it's rather about difference and pluralism. So the pluralism will ensure that their special needs, which are based on historical injustices are addressed. So in that context, it is important that there is more discussions and more spaces and fora to discuss what minority rights is, because anytime it is talked about, the argument is that we are all indigenous people. So how can one group dissociate itself and say we are indigenous? And to talk about minority rights is to privilege certain group over others. But rather, the idea is to balance the equation and promote equality in substance, and also to look at the equality plus approach. That is the first point. The second point is about the fact that minority rights provides a framework to analyze, understand, and address many of the complex issues behind conflict in Africa. But in most African countries, there is the adoption and the maintenance of the traditional state-centric security approach, which is firmed up in securitization, whereby states exaggerate existential threats and try to adopt the approach of providing arms and improving the capacity of the military to deal with the so-called threats that is in there. However, for minority groups, it's more about adopting an indigenous needs theory, which is centered on 5 main points: autonomy, identity, security, recognition, and dignity. And this is founded or is in line with the human security approach, which should deal with issues that relate to economic development, social justice, environmental protection, democratization, disarmament, and so on, which is in line with the 5 indigenous needs theory that I mentioned. And this is partly referring to Kofi Annan's definition of human security as well. The third point, which I want to mention, is that when we look at conflicts in Africa, we all understand and we all know that most of them are driven by ethnic-related factors, which are used as a tool by political actors to create tension among ethnic groups. But most often, we try to overlook, or we seem to overlook, the minority rights context, which is an ethnic issue, all right, but it is different from general ethnic-related conflicts where we say one ethnic group has been provoked against another ethnic group. But in this context, it is about a particular ethnic group that wants to maintain a particular identity and to be able to be attached to their lands and to live a particular lifestyle, which is being challenged by the mainstream discourse. And therefore, there are 2 types of discrimination which I want to highlight here. One is targeted discrimination by the state and the response against an oppressed minority group, which is a driver for conflicts, emanation of conflicts in Africa. The other one, which less attention is paid to, but which can also result in conflict, is the fact that for some minority groups, they are less targeted directly, but they are denied political power, and indirectly they are not discriminated against to a larger extent as we find with those that are directly targeted. So with the latter group, there is the possibility of conflict is very limited in terms of they taking up arms or demanding some form of justice for the fact that they are discriminated against. So less attention is paid to such categories of people. However, that situation remains a time bomb that could explode. And therefore, it is important that attention is paid to such minority groups as well, because it is about how they can attain agency, and that if elites develop out of their society, education, they become more open to the challenges they face. That is when they may also rise up to fight against against forms of oppression and injustices that are meted out to them. And in connection with that, finally, I want to make the point that there is a need to redefine conflict from the perspective of minority groups, which is based on indigenous conflict resolution mechanisms. These can be derived.
You can
Thank you very much. I'll round up in 30 seconds. These are mainly embedded in the proverbs, folklore, traditional symbolism, rituals, and others, which have been seen to work to be able to provide solutions, alternative dispute resolutions, as well as in transitional justice context, adopting measures that will ensure that there is peace and reconciliation within the community. So I think these measures should also be explored to help resolve conflicts involving minority groups. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Kwadwo, again for a good, informative, and astute presentation, and the recommendations as well. Our last speaker on the panel is Ms. Amina Amharech. She's a member of the Global Council of the International Land Coalition representing the EMENA region. Ms. Amina, please, 10 minutes.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Excellent. Le rapporteur.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this invitation. Thank you also. I would like to thank also the Institute for this forum. Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur, for your participation in this dialogue, because we need to elaborate and to know what's going on regarding rights of minorities. We cannot talk today about preventing, how to prevent violations of minorities' rights if we do not talk about the states in the region where a long history of violations against minorities has already taken place. Then the different nationalisms in the region which erase these specificities of minorities. We can talk about ethnic, religious minorities. There are also other minorities of another type. I would like to go back to the fact that there is a mandate dedicated to minorities. It's something very important. We can have indigenous people who can address themselves to the special rapporteur. We have other minorities, for example, other indigenous people who are minorities with specificities. So they are considered as minorities regarding their religion. And it's very important to know that there are other minorities in the region of another type. We have a kind of mosaics in the region. There is a long historical heritage in the region regarding minorities. So there is another difficulty regarding the terminology and the discourse used. When we talk about minorities, sometimes people feel themselves minorized, they are stigmatized. And this is a pathway which leads to conflicts, because when there is conflict and there is an interest, we are going to use these minorities and these communities as a pretext, and they will find themselves at the center of the conflicts. I would like to talk as a member of the Council of EMENA. I'd like to talk about the fact that conflicts in the region are also attached to the problem of how to secure people's rights to the land. Because today, we talk about a very important issue linked to right, but it is also a political problem. So there is a political side to the problem. it's around the power that the problem is, and the power it has to do with the right to the territory, right to the land, to resources, natural resources. And in our region, we have the case of Palestine, and you can see that the issue of land in Palestine is the basis of many conflicts, armed conflicts in the region. So how can we prevent conflicts if we do not recognize the rights of communities to their land, to their resources? Because in this process of non-recognition, there is another process, it's very present, which is the poverty of these communities. The communities, they find themselves poor and they become vulnerable, and when they are vulnerable, we can do whatever we like to them. We can exclude them and we can prevent them from their rights. They don't have the right to the most elementary rights. This is how they will become one way or another, so victims and conflicts are not necessarily armed conflicts. Yes, sometimes they are armed. Sometimes they are emanated from something. There are always signs before the outbreak of a conflict. So in most cases, armed conflicts are preceded by other types of conflicts. So we need to determine the communities and identify the communities which are most likely to be used. Hence the need today in this region that we try to standardize and unify our norms with the policies of the region, especially the policies which they do not recognize the wealth in diversity. We need to situate and localize these communities first. So these minorities, they suffer from isolation. They are isolated. That's why they are very easy to be stigmatized and be used in conflicts in the region. So what interests me today, and which is going to be part of my recommendations, is to securize the right to the land. And here we need many mechanisms. They do exist already, these mechanisms that can be used in order to secure people's rights to the land. So we need to cartograph this mosaic. We need to map these communities and to show all these colors, this diversity, which represents these minorities in all the region. This mapping so is going to get people out of this isolation and try to avoid using them in the future in any conflict. So this will be very helpful in preventing the use of these communities in case there is an outbreak of conflict. Today we have the tools to prevent the usage of these minorities in armed conflicts. We have social networks and we have plenty of tools today that can be used in order to prevent the use of these people in conflicts. Before finishing, I would like to finish with a poem and a prayer to thank Mr. De Varenne. And I'd like you to join me in the prayer. We are all minorities. One day somewhere when people forget what unites them today to survive. The world needs to choose between the power of interests and perennity by what the arbitrary needs to be to end. Amen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amina, and thank you very much for that lovely ending as well. We are now finished with our presentations, and I'd like to thank all of our speakers for their interesting and thought-provoking presentations. So we can now open the floor to interventions, and I welcome all of you. But I would like to remind you all to focus your commentary on the theme of this session, as the Special Rapporteur noted in the beginning of today. And although the issues we are discussing are difficult and maybe painful and personal for many of you, please maintain mutual respect and be sure that your comments are inclusive and non-abusive, befitting the United Nations core values and principles. Finally, I should add that for the United Nations, any acts of intimidation or reprisal against individuals or groups participating in this forum are unacceptable, and states are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. So, without further ado, the floor is now open, and I would ask you to please limit your interventions to 2 minutes in order to allow as many as possible to have a voice in this forum. So our first request we have on the list is by Mobin Balochistan, Human Rights Commission. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Abdul Mobin Charkhandas. I am here on behalf of Balochistan Human Rights Group, which campaigns on human rights issues in Western Balochistan, which is today in a territory called Iran. It's a well-known fact that discrimination in Iran is institutionalized through the constitution, officially prescribed oppression and blatant discrimination on the basis of ethnicity and religion against the Baloch, Kurds, Arabs, and others, along with religious intolerance and bigotry against religious minorities such as Baha'is, Jews, and even Sunni Muslims are established facts of life. Women are second-class citizens according to various laws in Iran. As an example, Iranian regime's policy in Balochistan, and for that matter in other ethnic provinces too, is based on racial discrimination, assimilation, linguistic discrimination, religious prejudices, and inequality, brutal oppression, deprivation, and exclusion of the ethnic people who are indeed the majority in their own respective provinces and regions. Illegal execution of Baloch youth without the right of a fair trial, killing young foil couriers on the roads of Balochistan in the result of direct firing of security forces is daily reported. The systematic, historic, and institutionalized inequity and blatant bias have in effect paralyzed the Baloch people in making meaningful public participations in access to employment, education, health, property ownership, housing, natural life. Consequently, the Baloch, Kurds, and Turkmen, who are also Sunni Muslims, along with other religious minorities and all women of Iran, are deprived by law to be elected to high offices such as presidency. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next is from Minister's office, I believe.
استثنائية وضع على عاتقها التحقيق في الجرائم ضد الأقليات، إضافة إلى محاكم التحقيق المختصة بمجال مكافحة الإرهاب. كما يعمل العراق بالتعاون مع فريق التحقيق الدولي يونيتاد المنشأ بموجب قرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2379 لسنة 2017 من أجل تعزيز المساءلة وجمع الأدلة عن جرائم تنظيم داعش الإرهابي ضد الأقليات الدينية. وتعمل الحكومة العراقية على إعادة التأهيل النفسي للنساء والفتيات اللواتي تعرضن للانتهاكات والاعتداءات على يد عصابات داعش الإرهابية من خلال برامج تنفذها الوزارات المعنية. وتعمل الحكومة على تقديم المساعدات اللازمة للضحايا من النساء والفتيات اللواتي تحررن من قبضة تنظيم عصابات داعش الإرهابية، وحصول الأطفال الذين قيدهم هذا التنظيم الإرهابي على المساعدة اللازمة لتعافيهم جسديا ونفسيا وإعادة إدماج النساء الأزيديات في المجتمع. كما شرع العراق قانون
The Iraqi government has passed laws in favor of Yazidi women to protect them against violations which they have been subjected to, and in order also to recompensate them. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. Next speaker in line, please, is Ms. Michael from Mark for Peace. You have the floor.
شكرا لإعطائي الكلمة. سأتحدث باسم مؤسسة معهد السلام والتنمية وحقوق الإنسان. تعرب المؤسسة بقلق عميق الانتهاكات الأخيرة التي ارتكبتها الحكومة الإثيوبية لاعتبارات عرقية في إقليم بني شنقول، والتي شكلت تهديداً لكافة سكان الإقليم، الأمر الذي يجعلهم عرضة أكثر من أي وقت مضى للتهجير القسري وجرائم قد ترجى لدرجة الإبادة الجماعية والتطبيق.
Please slow down a bit for the interpreters, please. The interpreters cannot keep up with your speed. Thank you.
Okay, I will slow down. ولدى مؤسسة معهد تقديرات بأن
Our institution is condemning all the crimes that have been committed by the state. And in this regard, we would like to mention that our institution is trying her best in order to address these problems and trying to provide protection to the minorities, especially the Yazidis in the north of Iraq. Our institution is trying her best in order to provide the legal protection for these minorities. And also we have so expressed our anger against all the airstrikes and the violations of the rights of minorities by the Turkish forces. By the end, our institution is trying to intervene in order to prevent protection and to put pressure on the Syrian government in order to provide protection to the minorities in the borders, in addition to calling the Turkish government to stop all military operations in the north of the country in order to encourage the Christians who have fled their villages to go back, in order to guarantee and to be more efficient in guaranteeing the protection of minorities living in the border states. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, and I apologize in advance for mispronunciations of names, but I have Gordian Benjamin Jeremiah Hengal Human Rights Organization, please, 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you so much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. My name is Gordian Benjamin Jeremiah. I'm here on behalf of Hengal Human Rights Organization that observes the human rights violations in Iranian Kurdistan. The state of Iran has a long history of oppressing minorities, especially the Kurdish people. Kurds, as the third largest population in Iran, are stripped from their very basic rights. Yesterday, on behalf of Hengal Human Rights Organization, I mentioned the Kulbars issues and the execution of Kurdish civilians by Iran shortly. Today, I would like to mention the Kurdish linguistic and religious issues as well. Iran has banned learning and education in mother tongue for non-Persian speaking minorities inside Iran for so long. This has created many problems for minorities in education and social life. Also, Faili and Yarsani Kurds, as two groups of religious minorities within the Kurdish society, are also stripped off from their rights. Their religious buildings and shrines get destroyed. They're forced into converting Islam, and they face other forms of injustice based on their religious beliefs. As a Kurdish activist, I want to address the issues Kurdish people face in northern Syria. Today, Turkey inside here is illegal.
معلش ني عشيك يا ولدي راه كان مش انت
ما كنتي قلت لي خاطر من الغدوه قلت لي نسيت الفلاش في الساك الاخر
مسحت مرات شفت 3 سكات وزوز كراتب والساك هذيك ما حليتوش اللي فيه كان مش انت قلت لي يا بالحرام لا تجي على بالي جمله حسيت لقيته وحده صح.
My apologies, please continue. Hello? Okay, we will continue then. The next speaker I have is Dr. M.B. Musa of the Baha'i International Community. 2 minutes, please.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Donc, oui, je m'appelle Mohamed Ben Moussa.
My name is Mohamed Moussa from the Baha'i community, Tunisia.
Suite à la révolution qui s'est faite en
following the revolution
notre cher pays avait énormément
our
progressé dans ce sens. On pensait que les droits de l'homme allaient définitivement
we thought that human rights will be
notre communauté Baha'i
the norm,
est toujours engagée dans le discours
our community, although it is committed and it is part of the civil society in fighting for human rights and for the protection of minorities and social peace. In 2013, our community made our presence as a community official, and we opted for the creation of an organization, the Baha'i Organization of Tunisia. But in spite of the constitution which guarantees the protection of all minorities, a refusal has been addressed to us by the presidency.
De fatwa officiel,
an official fatwa has been published
accusant les Baha'is
accusing the Baha'is of being
comploteurs contre l'État et de défenseurs de l'islam,
against Islam,
mettant leur vie en danger.
And
les Baha'is
they are putting other
contribuer
people's
au
lives
progrès de
in
leur
danger.
pays. En tant que citoyen à part entière,
As a citizen,
et comme recommandation,
Tunisian citizen, and as a recommendation, I would like that the Tunisia recognizes our existence and our organization.
Et retirer illico presto ces fatwas.
And to get rid of this discriminatory fatwa against us in order to protect us. So we need our rights to live in dignity be recognized by the Tunisians in the respect of diversity, like a garden where there is a diversity of colors and flowers. The state guaranteeing the rights of everybody needs to guarantee our rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sticking exactly to the time as well. May I please repeat for everyone, we had some disruption in this intervention because someone did not have their mute button on. Please mute yourselves if you are not speaking, please. Thank you. Our next intervention will be from Ambassador Dr. Haysam Bousaid. You have the floor, please. 2 minutes.
Yes, can you see me?
I cannot see you, but I can hear you.
Okay. So we will begin our speech by, 1 second. Okay. So we will begin our speech by referring to Article 27 of the Convention that it is not permissible in countries where there are ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities to deprive persons belonging to these minorities from the right to enjoy their own culture or to profess and practice their religion or to use their language in association with other members of their group. According to United Nations Resolution 47/135 of December 18, 1992, we see that since the beginning of the Arab Spring in the Middle East has been a new state of approach in many different issues, which took a downward turn and adopted a low, convulsive, and hostile discourse towards some minority groups in the region whose ideological approach is not in accordance and is leveled with intellectual and religious pluralism, superior to the rest doctrines and political currents. These group players responded negatively with their multiple religious and intellectual references, portent that there is a deliberately ignorance on the adoption of non-fearful and dangerous hatred speech. We also noticed a complete absence of effective accountability by the relevant official authorities to deter these actions. Consequently, the first and second paragraph of the Article 1, in addition to the first, second paragraph of the Article 8 of the International Bill of Rights, are flagrantly violated. False media also triggered hate by creating tensions that lead to massacre hatred.
Excuse me, your 2 minutes are up, so please wrap up in just 10 seconds.
Okay. Therefore, we reiterate the UN independent expert on minority issues, his 4 general obligations that a state must take in order to respect and guarantee minorities' rights, protecting the existence of the minorities, including by protecting their physical integrity and preventing genocide. Finally, the protection and promotion of cultural and social identity, including the right of individuals to choose which ethnic, linguistic, or religious group they wish to identify with, the rights of such groups to assert and protect their collective identity and to reject forced assimilation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the interruption, but
no problem.
Time is tight. Our next intervention will be from Kujorsky of the Homeland Study Group.
My advice and appeal goes to the repertoire to turn special attention to countries in West Africa who have been attempted to be unionized. These unions made with special international laws are not regarded and respected at all. The people have become treated as slaves of those days. Today, hundreds of them are in prisons illegally, arrested and tortured. Hundreds of them have been made to lose their lives. And so to come to West Africa and pay special attention to West African countries and people who have been attempted to unionize with other people. Excuse me to mention, particularly Western Togoland, which is attached to Ghana illegally for a rapporteur to pay attention to them. Please, you are specially invited. I appeal to all maltreated of the world to plead with rapporteur to turn attention to us so that the United Nations can at least pay attention to us. Come today, our population is reduced every day. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next in line we have is Ivan Boslu.
Good morning. We would like to congratulate the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues for convening this first ever Africa and Middle East Regional Forum dedicated to conflict prevention and protection of human rights of minorities. I would also like to say that today is a historical day in South Africa as we celebrate the Youth Day, which commemorates the Soweto uprising in 1976 of students against apartheid. South Africa's foreign policy is derived from our constitutional values of promoting of equality, justice, non-racism, non-sexism, and international cooperation. We pertinently used our term at the UN Security Council in 2020 to promote the peaceful settlement of conflicts through preventative diplomacy, inclusive dialogue, and post-conflict reconstruction and development. On the global level, we support the UN Secretary General reform agenda, especially the peace and security pillar, prioritizing preventative diplomacy, mediation, and development of a national-owned peace agreement and their early implementation. Regionally, President Ramaphosa served as the AU chair in 2020, and the theme related to the continental leadership goal of silencing the guns on the continent. Conflict prevention and a resolution is less costly than peacekeeping, both in a monetary term and loss of lives, destruction in infrastructure and displacement. South Africa is deeply concerned by the potential adverse effect of the COVID-19 pandemic and conflict situations that are currently the focus of the Council, particularly the potential of delay and reverse vital gains in peace and political process. The most vulnerable segments of society bear the brunt of the pandemic impact. South Africa will continue to support the UNSG to call for a global ceasefire.
Thank you very much.
The UN Secretary General.
Please wrap up in 10 seconds or less.
Just quickly, I will put the full statement to the Special Rapporteur. We would like to recommend that the UN deploy more women mediators, peace envoys, and SRSGs to assist in the conflict resolution and mediation across the continent with appropriate consideration of all constituencies. The role of the youth in relation to peace and security is particularly important to the African continent.
Speakers, please.
Okay, sorry. I put my own statement on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and apologies. Next, please, we have ASH Yemen. ASH Yemen, please, who requested the floor. I don't have a specific name.
How are you? I want to thank you first for this conference. I'm Yemeni, I'm a Christian. I can talk about behalf on the Christian Yemenis. We are suffering because nobody recognizes us, even our country or other organization like UNHCR or others. And mass missionary, they use us, and other people, they try to we want to be a community now in Yemen. There is a lot of believers, like families and many generations. Okay, we face the big problem we face that the Yemeni, our brothers, Yemeni, they consider us as not Yemeni citizen, as like from other nationalities. We come from out and we settle, but we are not real Yemenis as believer on Christ. So we have those problems. And also I have noticed we don't know how we can reach and how we can deliver our voice to other Yemeni. We are suffering like they suffer. And we have the same issue in the country. We want peace. We want to live in peace and love and build our countries. And also, yeah. Okay, that's all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next, please, may I call upon Ralph Uwazurike to take the floor for 2 minutes.
My name is Ralph Uwazurike. I represent the state of Biafra. What I need to say here is that rights exist where there are no conflicts. If there are conflicts, nobody will have the time to enjoy the rights. We are talking of minority rights here. In Nigeria, Biafrans are a majority, but the minority group, being the Fulanis, are using the government that in power to suppress the rights of the majority who are Biafrans. What we are asking the United Nations to do is to look inwards and grant independence to special areas where majority of the people, the rights of the majority of the people are suppressed by the minority group. Just recently, the Meati Allah gave 72 hours ultimatum to one of our governors that if they don't stop their support for open grazing, they would come to the Biafran land and kill our people. If such a situation takes place, there will be conflict. And if there are conflicts, rice will not be enjoyed. So what I'm asking the United Nations to do is to grant independence to the state of Biafra so that we enjoy the rice other nations are enjoying in the Committee of Nations. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. My next one in line here, please, is Abedin of Mauritania.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you for having me in this very important summit, which is a great opportunity for us as a human rights defenders to enhance our level in minorities, human rights, international legislation, regulation, and the tools of legal defense. As a member of minority group Harati in Mauritania, I would like to bring to your attention that the Harati community has been marginalized, restricted, and still enslaved nowadays. The government of Mauritania has not taken any serious action in order to end slavery, discrimination, and segregation against the Harati and the Black at all. Regardless to the anti-slavery legislation, they did not penalize any slave owner. Rather than that, they imprisoned the human rights activists, tortured them, and denied the recognition of their organization and political parties. In the light of what I have mentioned, I would like to give several recommendations. One, to end slavery in Mauritania and a full compensation to the Harati. Two, a full recognition of Harati's social, economic, and political rights in the Constitution of Mauritania. Three, having human rights, especially the rights of minority and conflict prevention as a subject of elementary school. Four, investing in minorities and giving them a lot of opportunities for scholarship, internship, and sponsorship. Five, engaging the minorities in the decision-making process in their countries. Best regards, Abedin, Mauritania, from initiative of the Resistance for the Movement Abolitionists in Mauritania. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now please call on Michael Benjamin? Michael Benjamin, please. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Special Rapporteurs. Thank you all for this great regional forum. My name is Michael Benjamin. I'm a senior minority fellow at UNAMI, Iraq.
I'm afraid we can't hear you. Did we lose your connection, please? All right, then we'll have to probably go on to another speaker, and perhaps we can
as one of the indigenous people in Iraq, is that
so.
Hello?
Yes, we can't hear you, so maybe we can try in a few minutes. May I not please move on to Ilona Bitkolia Gavargis?
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am here on behalf of Assyrian Universal Alliance, focusing on the violation of the rights of the national, ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, specifically Assyrians. Some of those violations are voting suppression, freedom from discrimination, and the right to own property and businesses, right to dignified housing, right to the highest attainable standard of health, and rights to all levels of education. Some of the recommendations we have specifically for the Iraqi government is to end policies resulting in voting suppression, targeting the minorities, specifically Assyrians. Reinstate laws allowing Iraqi citizens abroad to vote in Iraq's elections, allowing minorities who were forced out of the country due to ethnic cleansing mostly resulted from the ISIS-Daesh, to be able to advocate for minorities still living in the country, ensure minorities, specifically Assyrians, enjoy equal access to judiciary and law enforcement when raising property disputes.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'll have to stop you because the 2 minutes are up. There will be many other speakers asking to talk. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and my apologies, please. All right. Next, I'd like to call upon A. Narsi of the Etuti Institute.
Thank you. And sticking with the theme of obstacles to implementation of minority rights, similar to what Amina Amharech mentioned, I see mapping land disputes, land grabs, disputed territory, multiple people vying for the same land as one of the biggest obstacles. And itself, mapping could be difficult, specifically because it should have been done years ago. For example, Christians or Assyrians were over 1 million, 1.5 million in Iraq, and now under 250,000. So there could be a difference, a constant struggle since the Sykes-Picot Agreement after World War I, especially within Iraq, Iran, Syria, Turkey, and so on. I believe a very in-depth research process on history, archaeology, as well as the promotion of coexistence without one group having more importance or power than the other is a solution or recommendation, but this is the obstacle that I see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next in line, we have a request from Jack Gendo. Mr. Gendo.
Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Special Rapporteur, state representatives, organizers, and participants. My name is Jack Gendo. I belong to the Assyrian indigenous minority in the Middle East. It is not a secret anymore that most of these regions are due to the treatment and practices of its minority population that in fact became minority due to those practices. Discussions on minorities have been always a challenge since it is politically loaded and sensitive, especially with states who are sensitive towards any outside criticism over their treatment of the minorities living historically or temporarily within their territories. Hereby, I want to present the below recommendations and advices for decision makers who are ready to make a positive change. Provide a space for minorities in the decision-making process. 2, inclusive communities are providing day-to-day that they have great impact on economic, social, education, tourism, and all the other sectors. 3, minority groups are not temporary visitors. They were born here and they should remain here. Thus, states must accept their existence, recognize their long history of suffering, and work hard to guarantee their complete partnership in decision-making, remaining available for any help you need to achieve the above. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another request we have from S. Salako Ilanomuda. Apologies again for mispronunciation of names.
That's okay. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Shola Salako. I'm speaking on behalf of Ilano Omodua, which is a self-determination group for the Yoruba nation, for the Yoruba people in the place we know as Nigeria. I only really have one request, and this is that the United Nations should hold countries accountable when they are signatories to these various treaties around human rights and minority rights. As my colleague from Biafra said, the Yorubas are not a minority in Nigeria, but the state uses state apparatus to deny people their human rights. So my only request is that the United Nations holds countries and governments accountable, including Nigeria, specifically in this case, Nigeria, when they are signatories to all of these various treaties? What's the point of being signatories if they're not held accountable? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to see if Mr. Michael Benjamin is able to reconnect with us again, because he had some technical difficulty earlier. Mr. Michael? Hello? Well, okay. We'll try again a bit later, perhaps. Maybe a call now on Ms. Iman Humaid. Iman Humaid, please.
Welcome, everybody. I need 5 minutes because I wanted to talk yesterday, but I didn't have the opportunity to do so. So can I have 5 minutes?
No, I'm afraid you can't. You have to be fair to everyone, please, with the equality of 2 minutes each. So please be as brief and to the point as you can. I'm very sorry. Asif.
First, my name is Iman Humaid. I'm the head of Center for the Protection of Minorities. Welcome, everybody. I would like to tell you that the militants of the rights of minorities are the target today, and they are subject to aggression and violations. So the Baha'is, many of them are in prison, they have been arrested and they have been targeted. These are the defenders of the rights of minorities. So me, myself, I have been subject to many threats of aggression. So all this in order to discourage me from defending the rights of my minority. So there is a whole campaign that has been launched against defenders of human rights, and we have been accused of fomenting instability in the country. So our center INSAF has published recently a declaration in this regard and against this discriminatory allegations against us. So many defenders, whether male or females, in the field of human rights are systematically subject to threats of aggression. So we would like to launch the following recommendation is a framework in favor of the protection of the defenders of the rights of minorities. You can send this recommendation to the special rapporteur if you like in written. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Again, I would like to go back to Benjamin, if you. Yes, Michael Benjamin, please. Are you able to connect again, Michael? Well, I don't know exactly what the technical difficulty is. Are you there? I can hear something. Okay. As far as I can see.
You can hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yes, please, go ahead and speak. Now I cannot hear you. Well, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do about this difficulty that Mr. Benjamin seems to be having in connecting with us. I don't have any more requests for speaking, so I would like to take the remainder of the time and perhaps go back to our panelists and see if they would like to add anything based in part on what some of the interventions that we've heard, or if they wanted to finish some thoughts that they did not have the opportunity to do because of the time limitation at that time. So, Mr. Sabiiti, do you have anything more you would like to add to the discussion? We have about 15 minutes left altogether for this session.
Thank you, the moderator. What I can add is that it's important our governments, first of all, to recognize the rights of minorities, to protect their rights, because most of the time they are marginalized. And that's where the conflict starts, like how even most of the speakers yesterday mentioned. They feel deprived of their rights, and they always try to fight to make sure that their voices are heard. But also, the other thing is to support them, empower them, and some of them help them to understand that diversity is very important. And this can start from childhood, in our education, in our system, to ensure that we help these children to understand how important it is to live together with the neighbors, to live together with other communities, even when we speak different languages. That can help us. Then when it starts from the childhood, it can help us even to come in with empowerment, but also supporting them to be able to advocate for their own rights, but also supporting one another and protecting the different individuals' rights. That's something that we should focus on, even the organizations, the governments that are helping these minorities and indigenous communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Kwadwo, would you like to add some thoughts?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for the opportunity. I think there was a mention of the Fulani people, and their issue is very critical. For example, not only in Nigeria, but also in Ghana. And I know that ECOWAS has a transhumans agreement protocol, which allows for free movement of the Fulanis across borders. But anytime they come to Ghana, there's a conflict because their grazing rights are being encroached upon, but it's not necessarily a right for them. But I think it's a question of the fact that land is becoming a major issue which could cause conflicts because the space is limited and property is being acquired by multinational companies and so on. And so there's some sort of contestation over land issues between the Fulanis and the locals who want to have their right to also farm on their lands. It wasn't the case at first. There was that kind of arrangement which made for mutual accommodation for each side. So I think that there's a need to revisit that particular protocol on transhuman movement of Fulanis across borders to ensure that it doesn't lead to conflict. And related to that, Ghana is going to have a census beginning at the end of this month. And one of the questionnaire that have been developed, it identifies certain major ethnic groups in the country. But just yesterday, the Fulanis were complaining that their name does not appear on the list. And I think that this is a mistake. Instead of identifying particular ethnic groups, people should be given the opportunity to rather mention what ethnic group they have than to be written down, because this is also likely to create some tension when certain ethnic groups are not recognized on the form. It means that the country doesn't recognize them, and that could also cause some tension. All in all, I think the COVID issue should also be critically considered, because I recall the Peace and Security Council came up with a resolution that COVID is affecting peacekeeping operations and also affecting conflicts in certain parts of Africa. But at the same time, conflict is also affecting the COVID activities, in that where there is conflict, the ability to respect the protocols, to introduce vaccination into those territories is a problem. And so I think that, and considering the fact that many of the wars that are being fought in Africa relate to minority rights issues, it's likely to affect minorities. And so it is important that, even if it's not the case of conflict, but in the case of vaccination, usually the fact that minority groups don't want to be part of the mainstream activities, they have their own ways of providing for their health needs. But COVID doesn't discriminate or doesn't stop at the doorstep of minority groups. It's important that there's a way that will enable us to know some statistical data about their reaction to vaccinations and so on, and how best government can reach out to them to be able to help them to observe the protocols and get vaccinations, so that COVID will not be a sort of a health crisis in such communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kwadwo. Ms. Amina, would you like to add some thoughts as well? Dr. Amina.
Moi, j'aimerais revenir sur une initiative qui a toute son importance.
I would like to go back to an initiative which has been launched regarding the number of flyers in favor of minorities, whether Syrians or Yazidis, in 2019, and it is very important because minorities who do not have a voice, they cannot transmit its message. Recognizing these minorities and their cultures is very important. So to disseminate the culture of these minorities, whether through flyers or through publications, is very important in this context, especially in this COVID context, because these communities, they have their way of living, and they have been very resilient during the COVID crisis. Why will it be a problem for people to live peacefully with other people with different cultures or different language? So it's a source of wealth, and it's one way or another to see the world in its diversity. So today, it's very important to change the channels of communication in order to put in question many things. So there is no supremacy of one part of the population over the other. So these communities, they need to have their own voice, their own language. I would like also to talk about a very important point regarding the fact that in each stigmatized community, there is an element which is much weaker than the other elements, especially women, because women is stigmatized by its community and also by its gender. And in all conflicts, those who paid much heavier price were women. So the sequestrations, imprisonment, the ill treatment, the sexual abuses. So all these are elements which make women within these communities more fragile and weaker. So these women, they suffer much more. So today we need to target these weaker elements within these communities. So the other is also me, but when so economically speaking, or following a conflict or climate change. So all these changes in our region, they crystallize so much suffering and change that tomorrow, so I may be all of a sudden a minority. So being a minority, anybody can be a minority, can find himself or herself a minority. So we need to work on tolerance and peace in our region. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amina. And now perhaps we can go back to Professor de Varenne, Special Rapporteur, for some final thoughts and remarks on the session. And Professor, the floor is back to you. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Many thanks to the moderator, Monsieur Azzam, for your steady and tactful chairmanship of this session, despite a few technical and other hitches. And also, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the expert panelists for your insights and also the contextualization of the vulnerability and marginalization of minorities, and perhaps particularly, as we just heard, of minority women who can be doubly marginalized, as has been just pointed out. Shukran, obrigado. One point I'd like to perhaps react to is the observation that conflicts are preventable. They just don't happen overnight. There is often a long period of gestation of grievances that are left unaddressed or even suppressed. And I will use an example. We do have a conflict which sometimes in Cameroon specifically, which sometimes is described by at least some media as a surprise or a recent development when it's not. The conflict with the Anglophone minority, as I have pointed out in one of my reports to the United Nations General Assembly, did not happen overnight. It has been developing over a number of years, as a matter of fact, over grievances mainly of identity and language and education and access to justice and other public services in the language of the English-speaking Anglophone minority. So that's something I think it is important to reflect on, and it has been raised in different ways by a number of you, that there are always, in relation to conflicts that may be emerging, there are always warning signs when a significant concentration, for example, of a minority group find themselves excluded or discriminated when they are, in fact, marginalized or do not have equal access or equal treatment in terms of land and resource ownership or usage, or even in terms of employment or in education, including in the use of their own language in education and other areas of public services and access. So I just wanted to react to that because I think there is something that must be retained here that has been raised this morning and also was referred to earlier. We now have, actually we are now almost exactly on time. And for this, may I use the expression in French, chapeau to all of you. Chapeau to the panelists and experts for your contributions and insights. Chapeau for the moderator for his very skillful direction of this panel. And we will have a 1 hour break to help the team for this regional forum and the Tom Lantos Institute work on the recommendations we have received until now. We will be returning in about 1 hour Geneva time, 12:45. Once again, let me express my gratitude. Shukran, merci beaucoup à vous tous, obrigado, and have a good break. And I'm looking forward to seeing you again in 1 hour exactly. Goodbye. very last thematic session. Last, but obviously not least. And we will be in the very able hands of Mr. Frank Okyere, head of the Peace Support Operations Program at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, who will be moderating this fourth and final thematic session on ways forward towards addressing gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflicts. Obviously a very challenging task, but in very capable hands with the expert panelists that we have lined up. Mr. Okyere, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And let me say very warm greetings to everyone, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great privilege for me to moderate this very important final session. Throughout yesterday and today, we've had the opportunity to listen to as well as deliberate on some very critical issues on the minority rights. And from the discussions, one thing that is clear is that minority rights issues are real. They are very important, and they are also very critical for conflict prevention, peace, and security. Today, for this particular session, we have assembled a distinguished panel of experts to take us through the discussion on ways forward towards addressing gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflicts. We have the Honorable Rémy Ngoy Lumbu, who is the Vice Chairperson, African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We also have Wale Adeboye, who is a Director, West Africa Responsibility to Protect. And we have Aya Mana, former Minority Fellow at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Before I give the floor to the first speaker, let me quickly remind all of us that this session is being live streamed on YouTube, and the link will be shared in the chat. The session is also being recorded, and the recording will be available on the organizer's website. The recording and this particular session will also have simultaneous interpretation in French, Portuguese, and Arabic, and participants have the opportunity to select the language they would like to use or hear. Just a few pointers that each presenter will have 10 minutes to do their presentation, after which the floor will be open for interventions and comments from participants. And I'll kindly ask that your initial comment can be limited to 2 minutes to allow everyone to have the opportunity to also make an input. You can also write your recommendations in the Zoom, or you can also email it to marcus.oda@lactosinstitute.hu. You can use the chat function throughout this particular session. So without further ado, let me now invite the Honorable Rémy Ngoy Lumbu, Vice Chairperson, African Commission on Human and People's Rights, to make his presentation. Thank you.
Remercier M. Frank Okyere qui vient de me.
Thank you, Mr. Frankie, who has given me the floor now. Thank you, Mr. Frank. I would like to thank Mr. Frank Okyere, who has given me the floor. I would like to thank the organizers of this forum. Notably, I cut the sound because I have a problem. I'd like to thank also the Institute, the Special Rapporteur of the United Nations for the organization of this forum. This forum, the African Commission has invited us for participating to this forum. So it in charge of issues related to the protection of minorities. So I'm saying that the trust you have given us is very appreciated. The question or the issue of minority is a very important one. So it is an issue which hasn't been so far taken in charge of seriously. So this issue is starting to trigger importance. So for the promotion of the rights of minorities, so we did have a collective approach to this issue at the level of the regional institutions for the promotion of human rights, which takes in charge or which has a political approach. The collective approach to human rights is one of the characteristics of our African Commission for the protection collectively human rights. So the African Commission on Human Rights has always taken in charge this issue. So the African Charter takes in charge, doesn't take in charge expressively the issue of minorities, especially the issue of minorities. It is doing it indirectly. It is taking in charge this issue indirectly. But minorities as such are not taken in charge of. Maybe we need to take into consideration this thing. The Commission has always put forward many issues related to human rights, but not in precisely the issue of minorities, indirectly. So we have tried our best as a Commission, but timidly to take in charge, and the African Commission has taken in charge the issue of minorities. So in order to protect certain special categories without saying it explicitly from time to time. So some categories, sexual categories, or religious categories have been tackled, but the issue of minority as such at the level of Africa is really an emerging issue, and it's clear that we need to take it seriously now, because it is part of the human rights issues. So the right to independent justice, the rights of minorities to be protected, so are among the new emerging issues at the level of Africa, and we are about to tackle these issues at the level of Africa. And that's why I didn't hesitate to participate at your forum. So as a Vice President of the African Commission on Minorities, I am a member of a group equally which works on indigenous people. So we have started working on these issues. So as I told you, so we do have some issues regarding delays in taking into consideration these issues, emerging issues, for many reasons. It is taking time to take in charge these issues. So the first reason is the absence of a consensus. There is no consensus, African consensus on the issue of minorities, especially with regard to sexual minorities. There is no African consensus at this level to the issue of minorities. As you can see, the African Commission on Minorities It has a kind of delay at this level in taking in charge these issues. So this is one of the reasons why we are not very concerned with this issue of minorities. So another reason is the variability and elasticity of the concept of minorities. What is this concept of minorities? Third reason is the absence of a definition of this issue of minorities. There is no definition at the African level of this concept of minorities. So the jurists, they are a little bit so very careful in tackling this concept of minorities. So the African continent doesn't have the definition of the concept of minorities. So as you can see, the variability of the concept added to that is the reticence of the states to tackle this issue of minorities. So Africa is in delay, but good news. Since 2020, in August 2020, the African Commission has adopted a resolution, a very important one, 455. So as you can see, this resolution has enlarged the competencies of the working group on indigenous people. Working group on indigenous people is already rebuilt today. We do have a working group today at the level of African continent working on indigenous people, and we added to it and African minorities. So you can see that we have started since August 2020, and we are conscious since 2020 of the need to enlarge our work on this issue of minorities. So resolution 544 of 2020, 5 missions have been, 5 additions have been added to this resolution in order to enlarge the intervention of the working group. So we added the ethnic groups as another category within the minorities to take charge of at the African level. So the question today of ethnic groups is becoming a very crucial question. So cultural minorities also are about to be tackled by the working group. So religious minorities, cultural minorities, and Africa is adding today a concept of regional minorities. So another mission is to create mechanisms for the dissemination of information. The African Commission has launched a mission in favor of collecting data regarding these minorities, through which we can work on the different experiences. Third mission, there is no study on minorities in Africa. We don't have studies on minorities in Africa. So who are the people that can be considered as minorities in Africa? We do have shortages at the level of studies in this regard. So we do have plenty of non-governmental organizations working on that. So I have met plenty of non-governmental organizations working on studying these minorities, whether in Congo or in different other parts. So leading research and studies on minorities is important for me. A minority, we need studies on minorities living in Africa. And we need competencies in this regard in order to lead these studies. We need to encourage the members of the African Commission to to take in charge these studies, to collaborate with the stakeholders also is one of the recommendations of the African Commission today, like the High Commissioner of Human Rights, United Nations, etc. So Africa needs to work in collaboration with the international mechanisms and institutions on this issue of minorities. So whether religious, linguistic, cultural minorities. So there is a means today to look for competencies to work on these minorities in Africa. So by reading the resolution which has been passed in 2020, so I'd like to conclude by saying, because I need to respect the timing by the moderator, I'm here as a Vice President of the African Commission, as a member of the working group, a group on indigenous people, to launch an appeal and a call regarding the fifth pillar of the working group working in Africa, a call to everybody to collaborate with Africa. Africa needs you, needs your collaboration. Africa needs studies on minorities. We need to share the good practices regarding the protection of minorities and share experiences with other contexts and other continents in order to have Africa respecting human rights and respecting the rights of minorities. So if I will be absent during the debate, so don't panic. So because I have other commitments in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lumbu, for that very articulate and insightful presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time and sharing with us your ideas. We really appreciate that. Next, we will turn to Dr. Basma Habib, and my apologies, I skipped her in my introduction. Dr. Basma Habib is from the High Commission on Human Rights in Iraq, and I would now like to respectfully invite Dr. Habib to give us her presentation. Thank you.
Sorry.
We can't hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk at this forum on the issue of minorities. So I am an activist and a member of the High Committee of Human Rights in Iraq. And as you know, the nature of the work of the High Commission of Human Rights. So we do have reports, so annual reports, regular reports, in order to identify the situation of human rights in Iraq. And these reports, in these reports, you have plenty of details on this issue of human rights and violation of human rights. I am responsible for the file regarding the extremist thinking and extremist culture. So it is a department which I have created within the High Commission. So in addition to women's rights, or the rights of minorities, so handicapped people's rights, etc. So which are issues related to human rights. Regarding minorities in Iraq, I'm going to focus on the situation of the human rights and minorities in Iraq. So I can say that so it's very complicated, this issue, because of the presence of plenty of minorities in Iraq. Iraq is a diverse country. So we find plenty of religions in Iraq, and we also find many religions, nationalities, etc. Of course, in Iraq, we have religious minorities and also national minorities. So Christians, the Christians are distributed into Assyrians, Armenians, and Assyrians. We have the Bandaians also, Yazidis, the Baha'is, in addition to the Karkayis. So this is regarding the religious minorities of Iraq. Regarding the nationalist or the national minorities, we have the Shabak, we have the Kurkman, we have the Kurds. So the Faylian Kurds, they represent the Shia Kurds, and they do have their specificities in Iraq, and they have been subject to many violations by the political regimes, the former political regimes. Regarding the issue of minorities, I'm going to talk in rapidly because I don't have enough time to talk in details about the issue of minorities in Iraq. So I'm starting with the basic right, a human right, the right to life. So this right to life, according to the Iraqi constitution, the right to life, to freedom, and according to international law, so according to Article 15 of the Constitution of Iraq. But we find that up till today, in the regions where minorities live, so people cannot guarantee, we cannot guarantee their basic rights to life, like the Karkais in the region of Darqoq or in the department of Geofrey. So these regions, in these regions, the minorities, they are subject to attacks. They are systematically targeted by Daesh. Up till now, up till today, and on a daily basis, they are subject to armed attacks, and they pay with their lives these attacks on a daily basis. Every week, we lose 1 or 2 members of these minorities because of they are subject to these attacks. This is regarding someone. So regarding the other rights, the right to free thinking. So I'm going to be in brief, to say in brief, regarding the right to free thinking and to freedom of preaching, according to the Iraqi constitution. So according to Article 2 of the constitution, so it is stated that it is important to protect the Islamic identity of the citizens, in addition to the protection of the rights of the non-Muslims, the minorities. So this is guaranteed in the constitution, but in reality, up till now, there is no recognition of the Baha'i community. So up till today, according to the decision by the regime, according to this decision, so the Baha'is, they are not recognized as full citizens in Iraq. So up till today, the Baha'is, they do not have the right to property or to own any piece of land. Why? Because they are classified according to the law as, so they are not Muslims, they are and unfortunately, because of this decision, which is still valid up till today, the Baha'is, they are registered as Muslims. So although they are not Muslims, they have their own religion. With the presence of raising awareness campaigns by many human rights organizations, so this led to many hateful discourse in Iraq against the Christians. So up till today, so many people, they are under attack because they are not Muslims, and many Christians have been targeted because of that. So we do have many hate speeches spread in the country, especially around the many Christian celebrations, and many calls are made in order to boycott these communities and to boycott their celebrations, because they are considered that they are not Muslims. In addition to that, many minorities in Iraq, especially the Yazidis and even the Christians and the Sabaeans, the society, sometimes they treat them as inferior because they are not considered as clean, if you like, because they are not Muslims. So they are often criticized because of their food, which is not considered as halal. And as a matter of fact, they forbade the Muslims from eating it. So the local authorities, so we know that the attacks of Daesh, especially in Nainawa, many of the places of preaching of the Yazidis, of the Christians, have been completely destroyed by the Daesh, but up till now. So their places of where they pray, they haven't been rebuilt by the local authorities under pretext that there is no money, there are no funds to rebuild their places of prayers in order for them to pray. The right to equality and non-discrimination. The Iraqi constitution made all Iraqi citizens equal on paper, independently of their religion or of their origin. But we have discovered that the colored people of Iraq, they still suffer from discrimination because of the heritage, and they are often discriminated against and prevented from many offices and many positions because of their skin color. So even mixed marriages is still discouraged because of skin color. So we do have racism, which is widespread in many parts of the country. Till today, many calls from Yazidis have been made in order for them to be recognized as a minority, but they're still suffering. You know that the Yazidis, after they have been attacked by the Daesh, they have been disappointed. In the past, they used to be considered as Kurds, but now they want to be recognized as a separate minority, as a Yazidi. They want to be independent from the Kurds. So as a kind of recognition and compensation, moral compensation for all they have been subject to. But unfortunately, up till today, they haven't been recognized yet as a separate minority. So you know that the issue of political marginalization is also one of the problems the minorities suffer from. For example, the parliament in Iraq voted a law in order to create a ministry, headed by a minister, a Turkmen minister, but up till today it hasn't been enforced, this law. For example, the representation of the Yazidis in parliament or the representation of the Shebek in parliament. So we still have problems in implementing the law in order to allow the members from these minorities to be represented in parliament. So a few days ago, I had a dialogue with a group of intellectuals, Yazidi intellectuals, and to be frank with you, so I need to tell you that they are divided and they still suffer. They suffer also from internal problems within their community. So the division within this community is a real problem. So we do have also among the Turkmen minority, Shia Turkmen and Sunni Turkmen. And this division is weakening these communities. So now the political parties are deepening these divisions and these divides within the communities. The Yazidis, for example, after they have been subject to
Dr.
crimes.
Can you please draw your presentation to a close? I think we are exceeding the time, so if you can kindly conclude your presentation. Thank you.
Can you conclude?
I can translate if you need.
She has to activate her the translation. She has to activate.
يعني
تمام
تمهين الإقامات. شكرا.
تمام نعم. So to conclude, the problem is minorities because they feel they are not protected and they are not safe. They are trying their best to be protected by political parties and to be protected by the powerful minorities or the powerful tribes in the region. And this led to their weakness, internal weakness, and the loss of their own identity. Even the quota given to them, the seats given to them in parliament, so they depend on the big political parties. So they cannot represent their own minorities because they obtained these seats through the political parties, the powerful political parties. So what we notice is that they are manipulated by the major political parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Habib, for the very comprehensive presentation. Thank you so much. We will now move on to Dr. Wale Adeboye, the Director, West Africa Responsibility to Protect, to make his presentation. You have the floor, Dr. Adeboye.
Thank you so much, Frank. Good day, everyone, wherever you are in the part of the world. My name is Dr. Adeboye, like he said, and I'm the founder of West African Responsibility to Protect Coalition. It is a great privilege and honor to be asked to contribute to this year's Special Rapporteur's Report on Minority Issues, and my appreciation to Tom Lantos Institute and the U.S. Special Rapporteur on the Minority Issues. Now, the topic before me is very clear. We are looking at ways forward towards addressing gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflicts. Now, since yesterday, I have listened to many incredible presentations and interesting, recommendations. This morning, I was taking, I was really, excited when Dr. Kwadwo from Ghana talked about defining conflict along minority issues. And it's like it peeped into my discussion and into what I probably will be talking about. So for want of time, I would just want to focus my discussion on the pathways to prevent conflict in the process of ensuring or protecting minority rights. And the case study I'm going to be using is Nigeria. However, the elements of my conversation have practical applications to other countries and how to manage the human rights conflict of minority, in their domain. As we all know, Africa today is laced with some of the most obstinate conflicts. And as professional conflict analyst that I am, I understand that many of Africa's conflicts and violence are constructed from differences in religious and ethnic identities, most often between the majority and the minority groups. And this is also the case in Nigeria. Now, sometimes these conflicts come in forms of perception of marginalization. And I want you to know that I'm placing emphasis on the word perception. Perception of marginalization, perception of exclusion, perception of victimization of the minority groups. But oftentimes, it is more than perception, but real and active. But time will fail me to provide, a kind of solid background on the composition of the ethnic groups and religious composition for Nigeria. But that nonetheless, I want you to know that minority issues in Nigeria has a big question mark. In fact, depending on which angle and context you are looking at it, the complexity of minority issues in the country in Nigeria is that every ethnic nationality in Nigeria, be it the Yoruba, be it the Hausa, be it the Igbo, or less populated ethnic nationalities that we have, is technically a minority in the country. One of the cross-current debates in Nigeria, if you are following,
which has continued to attract global attention, is the marginalization cry by the Igbo minority group. And the audience here will recollect that a few weeks back, the Nigerian government banned the use of Twitter in the country. And I can tell this gathering that at the heart of the Nigeria Twitter crisis is the Igbo nationality minority crisis and their cry for marginalization. And we must, as people know that, or not forget that minorities' aspirations to gain the control of state power will usually lead to conflicts. So states must be prepared for those kind of conflicts. But the challenge is that most often than not, states don't get themselves prepared. And don't forget where I started from my conversation when I talked about perception, which is constantly at the heart of minority issues. Now, of the Igbo minorities in Nigeria, they not only have the perception of unequal allocation of resources, but also that the state is selective in the use of monopoly of violence. Now, how did Nigeria get here where minorities questioning of the state suddenly become the order of the day? The first reason is that the failure of the state to properly and judiciously allocate national resources. We also have the issue of corruption, and of course, thirdly, the insensitivity of states to embrace national cohesion, stability, and initiatives that can help bridge the gap. We have the leadership failure on the part of government amounting to years of neglect, economic and political isolation of the people of Nigeria that crossed across all the minority groups in the country. Unfortunately, the call for restructuring in Nigeria pseudo-federal system of governance is always misunderstood by the ruling elite as a challenge to the sovereignty of the Nigerian state. Now, it was from the many state failures of Nigeria that the Igbo minority group developed the Biafra agitation and the secession call. The Igbo minority agitation that I'm talking about is a direct result of the loss of confidence by many of the nation on the nation's politics. Igbo minorities are worried about economic exclusion from the Commonwealth of Nigeria, just like every other minority that we have within the country space. So as peace and development practitioner, this therefore leads me to the question, what can and should Nigeria be doing differently regarding minority issues? The first thing we must do is that we must manage conflicts and human rights issues of minority by radically addressing structural imbalances. We must also bear in mind that structural imbalances, they create room for majority groups to become powerful, thereby able to marginalize others. States in Nigeria must also learn to tread, to stem the thread of politics of divisiveness, because it undermines leadership capacity and inclusiveness. Nigeria is an ethnically and linguistically diverse country with over 350 ethnic groups. Therefore, breakdown, breakaway, civil strife, minorities' nervousness, violent clashes are common forces and actual occurrences that you will find in highly polarized states like Nigeria. So minority issues of we versus them is a continuous struggle for superiority and recognition that Nigerian states must face head on. And here lies the crux of the issues, and from this we emanate my recommendations. The fact is that Nigeria has no clear-cut measures to recognize that there are marginalized minorities whose call for redress should be visited. And that is why I like the idea that one of the immediate speakers mentioned, that there is no record of study of minority issues across Africa. Until we realize that we need to begin to talk about documentation, we will not get there. So the state business continue as usual, covertly and overtly. They are reinforcing discrimination against minority. And this suggests to me the perpetual state denial of existing problem. So Nigeria must be conscious and deliberate in identifying minority and recognizing indigenous people as vulnerable groups. And finally, how can we disarm the ticking bomb? Because I know the special rapporteur mentioned, like my boss at the Thematic African Working Group mentioned yesterday, that the issues we are talking about are like ticking bomb. How do we disarm this ticking bomb? Here are my possible interventions and recommendations. My distinguished colleague in this forum, addressing the gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflict has a starting point. And the starting point of any of the response to address this gap is to understand the minority administration's roots. The root can be political, it can be economical, it can be grievances of any nature, but it usually have a deep sense of collective victimization. Now, whichever one or that you are looking at it, government attitude must not be to dismiss or to repress those expressions of victimization, but rather they must embrace, they must engage, and they must transform. And here are my four recommendations that I'm going to make. Perception of an issue is as important, if not more important, than the real substance. Hence, the perception of minority info extraction in Nigeria that the state is oppressive is a sufficient condition for government to embrace collaborative initiative for justice. Governments must therefore make concerted efforts to address perception and reality of minority oppression. The second one is that, irrespective of the magnitude of the issue, memory is a burden. Is often a burden. And don't forget, memory is an interdependent process of remembering and forgetting. So when minority groups, such as the Igbo people of Nigeria, have memories of past labeling, of past targeting, it becomes the fundamental foundation of future fears and concerns. So the Nigerian state must deal with the minority concerns in ways that the minority memory becomes correctional tool for future and not for source of fear. And third, is that at the heart of the structure of minority group marginalization is the grassroots mobilization and consciousness. And this makes it sufficiently convenient for minority and marginalized groups to pass message very quickly. So we are talking about the place of grassroots in the marginalization. So states like Nigeria must invest in the process of addressing structural concern at the grassroots. And finally, my last comment is that using grassroots network system in a holistic and benevolent manner must be at the heart of conflict resolution that affect minority groups. Thank you so much. My time is up.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wale Adeboye. That's a very insightful presentation with empirical evidence from Nigeria. So thank you very much. We really appreciate your insights. Last but not least, I would like to turn to Amina. Amina is a former minority fellow at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. So Mana, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator, Special Rapporteur, panelists, state representatives, minority representatives, and colleagues. After some days of the invitation to take part on this honorable panel, tensions in Sheikh Jarrah and in East Jerusalem continued to escalate, and our minority joined the demonstrations in our villages and in a few mixed cities. My village, Majd al-Krum in the Galilee, north of Israel, became for some nights a cloud of tear gas. Beside using stun grenades and in some cases also rubber bullets. The law enforcement officials' use of force were against demonstrators was really excessive and disproportionate. I got sick. I'm still a little bit sick, as you can hear. Kids and elderly suffered for days from the tear gas. And the panic was the main feeling that we felt during our holiday, Eid al-Fitr holiday, the Muslim holiday. I want to share that mass arrests are still occurring within Operation Law and Order. Since the start of the operation, Israeli police have reportedly arrested more than 2,000 Palestinians, citizens of Israel, the majority of whom were released from custody without charges filed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Israeli National Police Commissioner declared that the purpose of this mass arrest operation is to restore deterrence and increase governance. Israeli government uses arrests in Palestinian minority as a tool of deterrence vis-a-vis Arab Palestinian citizens. And this tool is now being employed on the basis of racial profiling on a particular of our particular population. This is not less than a war for me against the Palestinian demonstrators, political activists, and minors. Employing massive Israeli police forces to raid the homes of Palestinian citizens. These raids are, for me, they look like they intended to intimidate and to exact revenge on Palestinian minority of Israel. To settle the score with Palestinians in the Israeli police own words for the political positions and for their activities. And here I take the chance to call on the government to immediately call off the Israeli police forces to cancel Operation Law and Order. These events, among others, has been reported to the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Mr. Fernand de Varenes, and I'm thankful for your letter from the 1st of June titled Israel Violence, Hate Speech, Discrimination Against Palestinian Minority Must Stop. I would like also to remind us, distinguished participants and minority representatives, that our rights are embedded in the Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, and in several other different UN conventions and instruments. And here I'm quoting from the Declaration: the right to establish and maintain peaceful contacts with other members of their group and with persons belonging to other minorities, both within their own country and across state borders, Article 2.5, and in Article 3, the freedom to exercise their rights individually as well as in a community with other members of their group without discrimination. The reason why I'm bringing this and I'm stating this is because in the 18th of May, a strike, namely dignity strike, Idrab al-Karama, was declared in the state of Palestine and by the Arab Committee for Arab Citizens in Israel. A massive number of Palestinians workers decided to join this strike, and hundreds of them reported on harassments or even dismissal from their workplaces due to the participation on the strike and taking the day off in sympathy with the Palestinian people, our people. I would like also to indicate in this opportunity cases of hate speech. During our session yesterday, the so-called march, flag march took place in Jerusalem, Al-Quds, with the chants "Death to Arabs," among other humiliating and provocative chants to our minority. This march was permitted to take place earlier this week by the high-level security cabinet and was escorted by 2,500 law enforcement officials. This was not the only case where we have endured hate speech and incitement, even by the public and official media. As an example, I would like to take the journalist from Channel 20 who said, unfortunately, the missile that fell in Shfa'amer, a Palestinian city in northern Israel, didn't kill many here. This, unfortunately, is happening in the 21st century, as he was live reporting when the missile fell in the village. As I mentioned earlier, cases of lynches and were reported in several mixed cities. Moreover, security officers shot a 17-year-old child, martyr Muhammad Kiwan from Al-Fahim, while he was with his friends. This is not a rare accident. At the first Intifada 21 years ago, 13 young Palestinians were killed by police forces. Another case that I would like to bring here, that Appiagyei-Atua, also a village in the north of Israel, a Palestinian village, was put under siege for a week. Again, not proportional use of force and collective punishment, which remind us with the military regime that we have endured in the 50s and the 60s. Thus, I would also call on Israel and the member states that they should protect and effectively implement human rights of the minorities as the key for stability in the region through laws and which promote justice and equality. Peace and stability and justice, my friends, are the shortest way to prevent violent conflicts. This requires addressing the core grievances of minorities associated with their exclusion, discriminatory practices in their daily life, and effective participation in public life and other areas, accommodating their cultures, religions, and language and beliefs. Because there will be no peace without justice, as Martin Luther King said. I will conclude probably here to let more time for the participants and the minority representatives to bring their voices. My recommendations will be the United Nations should establish a high-level advisory body on minority issues for Africa and Middle East region. I would call also on an establishment of an independent international fact-finding missions on minority issues for the region. And I will call governments and the region to ensure the participation of minorities and their representatives in the development of policies and laws for achieving their inclusiveness through affirmative actions to be sustained over a prolonged period. My fourth and last recommendation is that states should ensure that the minority groups are respected and enhance a free from stigmatization and hate speech public sphere towards minority groups. And I would like to thank you once more for this opportunity and to greet all of the minority courageous representatives that are here bringing their minorities issues and voices to the UN and to the dear special rapporteur attention. And thank you once more for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amina, for sharing these very important insights and thoughts with us. We really appreciate your thoughts. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, we have now heard from our panel of experts, and it's now time for us to open the floor for contributions. But before I do that, let me reiterate that in order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect participants to show respect for others' views, and that we also invite you all to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language, or derogatory, inflammatory remarks, respect UN principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Without further ado, I would like to invite Iraqi PM Ala Sami Mohammed to make your contribution. Kindly restrict your contribution to 2 minutes to allow others to also contribute. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا السيد رئيس الجلسة. كما نتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للسيدات والسادة الخبراء بما قدموه من معلومات قيمة بشأن الأوضاع التي يعاني منها الأقليات. وبهذا الصدد نود بيان الآتي: أن جميع القوانين العراقية تمنع الدعوة إلى الكراهية الدينية والتي تشكل تحريضاً على التمييز أو العداوة أو العنف. كما تضمن جميع القوانين العراقية حق جميع الأشخاص في العبادة أو التجمع في إطار الدين أو المعتقد وفي إقامة وإدارة الأماكن اللازمة لهذه الأغراض. كما تعمل الحكومة العراقية جاهدة على ضمان التمثيل السياسي وضمان الحقوق المدنية والسياسية لجميع الأقليات. وبهذا الصدد
In this regard, the Iraqi government tried her best in order to remove all obstacles. For these efforts, the Iraqi government passed a law in favor of the Yazidis in order to protect the female Yazidis and in order to recompensate them. So the people of Nainawa also have signed this treaty of peace in order to prevent any violence against them and in order to create this atmosphere of peace and harmony and in order to protect them from Daesh. and in order to innovate at the level of the religious discourse in the department of Ninawa, and to reinforce the civil society there, and for to guarantee the rights of people to good living. And thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. I will now turn to B. Alawachi Lassa organization to make your intervention.
Mr. UN Special Reporter on Minority Issues, Mr. Moderator, experts, and distinguished participants, my intervention would be regard to the Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, adopted by the General Assembly on December 1992. In particular, Article 4, Number 4 states should, where appropriate, take measures in the field of education in order to encourage knowledge of the history, traditions, language, and culture of the minorities existing within their territory. Persons belonging to minorities should have adequate opportunities to gain knowledge of the society as a whole. I will emphasize here on the statement which mentioned encourage knowledge of the history, traditions, language, and culture of the minorities existing within their territory, which needs to be applicable to the curriculums in elementary and secondary schools in Iraq. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Now we have Alex Kigundu, Chairman BLC. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Frank, and His Excellency, Mr. Fernando, for this opportunity once again. I would like also to add on what the panelist is saying. The problems that we have in Africa for the minority issues is that it is derived from the colonial era, whereby the colonial governments established a system whereby they empower some ethnic groups to overpower the other ethnic groups. Like I'm gonna give a good example in my country, so-called Uganda. They empowered the Lango ethnic group and the Acholi ethnic group to overpower the majority, which is Baganda by that time. And the motive or the intentions of Uganda as a nation, they wanted to be independent. But for the British colonial government to achieve their goal is to empower the Lango and the Acholi through militarily. So then the majority, they did not have weapons to overcome that system or the election, then they submitted. So through that submission, it is something for same as in Biafra or Yoruba, is something that is happening in Tigray. So the colonial system of governance has affected a lot of African ethnic groups to submit to the system that which is not in their will. It is not their willingness to be under that kind of government. But we found ourselves being affected in the long run because the United Nations recognize those governments and then they receive power and authority to brutalize the minority groups. And sometimes for us, we are the majority, but because we don't have authority over our regions, then we become minority in terms of military and the authority and the decision-making. So we end up suffering. So the solution, and we also recommended this, we would like to have a referendum. Let the people choose what they want freely, willingly. Then if we choose to say, we want to be one united team, let it be through a referendum. That's what the Biafra are crying for. That's what the Uganda population are crying for. The Tigrayans are crying for, and so on everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment. Let me kindly remind all of us that you can also put your recommendations in the chat. And for those of us, I know a lot of very important issues are being raised, a lot of concerns are being raised. You can also send these concerns directly to the Office of the Special Rapporteur, and I believe they will attend to them. So I entreat you to do so either through the chat or send them directly to the Office of the Special Rapporteur. Thank you. Now we have Ali Al-Nuami. You have the floor, please, if you can hear me. Ali, can you hear me?
Are you able to hear me, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Perfect, perfect. Yes, I'm not going to take that much from your time. Just recommendations for the Iraqi government regarding the Yazidis women with ISIS kids. The Iraqi government to give some special rights for such cases to be registered under the mom's names, which is the only guardian for the baby. The Iraqi constitution must be civil and not linked to any particular region. The minorities in Iraq should have some candidates in the next election, because the minorities in Iraq who's living in Iraq, actually, there is no any minorities. They are actually refugees and asylees in other countries, and now the law of election actually prevent them from voting in the next election. So they must have some candidates to represent them in the coming election. And finally, the constitution of Iraq must be or reflect practically the diversity and the minority without discrimination. And the media should be fairly supporting the diversity by highlighting the minorities' right and population, cultures, and the importance. That's all I have to say, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ali. I'll now give the floor to Joseph Yohana. Joseph Yohana, you can make your point, please. Joseph Yohana, your mic is off, so can you unmute and make your intervention? If Joseph is not available, is he available? Then I'll now turn to Siyolwe Mupai Wabe.
Yes.
Okay, Joseph. All right, sorry. So I'll just give it to Joseph. I think we have him now. Joseph, can you hear me? Sorry, Joseph cannot. So I'll move on. Siyolwe Mukawe Wabe, please,
Yes.
you have the floor.
Good morning, Excellencies. Sabah al-Khair. Bonjour, tout le monde. I'm calling from Mexico for the Barotse National Freedom Alliance. I'm the chairperson. I'm reminded of a proverb from Africa. If you climb up a tree, you must climb down the same tree. And in our conversations about the roots of all of our conflicts, which are rooted in the Berlin Treaty and the Treaty of Versailles, we have to keep that in mind when we're discussing all of these problems. That nation system that was created by the colonial corporate interests, in Barotse land, we can trace that back to the British South Africa Company. And this has paralyzed our people. And these trade companies, these early corporations have paralyzed all of the global South. And we must dismantle and align and realign our identity, realign our borders. And that's a huge, huge endeavor. But what we would like for Barotse land is I would like to corroborate the suggestion by Amina about having intervention of international bodies together with BNFA to monitor and provide periodic reports to the Human Rights Committee or on a triannual basis on the actualization of Barotse land's right to exercise self-determination. We would like to respect the provisions of international conventions of which the Republic of Zambia is a party, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the African Charter and the ICCPR. We'd like to extend an invitation to the UN Special Rapporteur, Dr. Varenne, particularly to the Special Rapporteur also of the Human Rights Defenders, Special Rapporteur of Freedom of Expression, Special Rapporteur of Freedom of Assembly and Association, regarding the implementation of the national and international legal instruments to guarantee the respect and respect the above mentioned human rights provisions. Finally, we'd like to sign the Permanent Court of Arbitration submission to allow impartial arbitration to peacefully determine the status of Barotse land following the Zambian government's unilateral abrogation of the Barotse Land Agreement of 1969, Barotse land's declaration of self-determination and self-rule in 2012, and Zambia's continued occupation to Barotse land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Now, let me now give the floor to Gordien Benjamin Rémy. You have the floor.
Much. One second. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, due to the technical problems, I wasn't able to deliver my message properly in the previous session, but I want to repeat it here again. My name is Gordien Benjamin Rémy. I'm here on behalf of Hangav Human Rights Organization that observes human rights violations in Iranian Kurdistan. The state of Iran has a long history of oppressing minorities, especially the Kurdish people. Kurds, as the third largest population in Iran, are stripped of from their very basic rights. Yesterday, on behalf of Hangav Human Rights Organization, I mentioned the Kulbar issues and the execution of Kurdish civilians by Iran. Today, I would like to mention the Kurdish linguistic and religious issues as well. Iran has banned learning and education in mother tongues for non-Persian speaking minorities inside Iran. This has created many problems for minorities in education and social life. Also, I want to mention that Faili and Yarsani Kurds, as two groups of religious minorities within the Kurdish society, are also stripped of from their basic rights. They are still not officially recognized by Iran. Therefore, they face the worst kinds of atrocities and injustice based on their religious beliefs. Their religious buildings and shrines get destroyed. They're also forced into converting into Islam. As a Kurdish activist, I want to address the issues Kurdish people face in northern Syria. Turkey, alongside jihadists, illegally invaded and occupied the majority Kurdish cities of Afrin in 2018, Tel Abyad and Ras Al Ain in 2019 in northern Syria. Hundreds of thousands of Kurds have become displaced. Thousands of villages belonging to Kurds and Yazidis have been destroyed. Thousands of acres of olive orchards have been burnt down. Hundreds of civilians have also been kidnapped by jihadists. Also, thousands of jihadists and their families have been settled in houses belonging to Kurds in these cities. Turkey is committing an ethnic cleansing in that region, and it must be stopped. United Nations must use all its mechanisms to protect the lives and rights of Kurds, Armenians, Assyrians, and other ethnic groups living in that region. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Now I'll turn to Boladai, Balochistan People's Party. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Frank. And I spoke yesterday too about the situation in Balochistan, and today we'll discuss about what is the problem that we have in Iran, as was mentioned by my Kurdish colleagues. In Iran, we have different articles in its constitution, which is basically make Iran an apartheid country, where you have the articles against women, and Article 15 of the Constitution, which says that women cannot become president, or other articles that are completed that that women are not equal to the man. And in Article 12, which says that Iranian language, official language is Persian, and other languages are respected, but there is no mechanism to implement and to support them. And of course, we have Iranian supreme leader, and this has been it has been showing an attitude and the implementation of all laws in Iran. Actually, in Iran, apartheid system is embedded in many levels. And that's why we think the transition to democracy in Iran and minority rights in Iran is very difficult. And that's why we think that, of course, United Nations had some reports mentioned that Iran constitution and its way of conducting its own people is kind of racistic. And that should be, I think, United Nations pay attention to this situation, particularly situation that we have in Balochistan, that daily we are seeing that Baloch youth are being killed and arrested. And well, of course, we see that even they are selling part of Balochistan to India, to China, without any consent by for the indigenous people or any benefit to the indigenous people. And we ask those government too, to make sure that if they have any contact with Iran, they make sure that the local community gets some benefits from those, not to be, again, marginalized by Iran itself and then marginalized by China or by India. So that's, we are now facing in that situation in new colonialism. As was mentioned, this situation would not prevent conflict in that region. I think the conflict in the region would become very violent if Iranian government's policies in areas like Balochistan and other regions is continued in the same way. We will get another civil war in Iran, and it's, I think it's very important that United Nations in his discussion with Iranian opposition groups discuss how they are going to support the minority right, what kind of implementation mechanism, not only this government, because we have to see that Iran is in a juncture where the change will come, and that change should be somehow work for the people too, not only, again, coming for the benefit the dominant nation or dominant groups, like we had it in Myanmar. We saw that a prize winner of the Peace Prize winner, how under her government, how things went wrong there. And this could go wrong in Iran too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I kindly request that you stick to the 2 minutes time limit. There are quite a number of people who would like to make a comment. I'll now turn to Mr. Abdusalam Nagem. Mr. Abdusalam Nagem, you have the floor, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to thank the organizers of this forum. I'm talking from Libya on the name of an organization for peaceful coexistence between people. So we've been at war for more than 10 years, and during this period, plenty of violations of human rights have been committed because of the spread of arms in the country. So it's widespread, the arms are widespread everywhere in Libya. So many people, they have been forced out of their homes because of that. So we call for, and we have the right to call the United Nations to help us to demilitarize the country and to help us in the issue of bringing back the forced immigrants from Libya to outside the country, and to help us in favor of this peace, to establish peace in the country. We, as a non-governmental organization in Libya, so we urge you to help us, and we are ready to organize plenty of meetings concerning Libya, and thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Now I'll turn to Nauman Kaid Al-Hutaifi to make his contribution. Nauman Kaid.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Of course. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk once more. I'd like to recall the Special Rapporteur of the United Nations that we in Yemen, like the other minorities in the countries, we suffer from discrimination because of our skin color. So we suffer from the same problem as the minorities of Iraq. In Yemen, we are not considered as full citizens. We don't have any seat, whether in parliament or in the army or in the legal system. We don't have any right to fair trial. And our people who have been killed, no one of them, no inquiry has been launched for them. So we suffer from systematic discrimination, cultural, religious, political in Yemen. So I would like to urge the Special Rapporteur. So we know that there are pourparlers now, dialogue on peace in Yemen. So nobody asked for us to express ourselves, and nobody consulted us in Yemen. So we are suffering a lot. We are 3 million people in Yemen suffering from discrimination because of their skin color. Many of us are still treated as slaves. So we are subject to genocide by the Houthis. So many of us are killed. So we are facing a very dangerous situation.
Thank you, Nuaman.
We are the second zone citizens.
Thank you, Nuaman. Thank you for your contribution. I'll now give the floor to S. Salako. S. Salako Ilana.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. There's 3 points I want to make. I want to refer to the presentation given by Dr. Wale Adeboye. I think it's disingenuous to say that it's a perception of that people have about how they're treated in Nigeria. I'm sure he doesn't say that it's a perception of the millions that have died over the years for Nigeria. I also think it's a disingenuous to say memory is a burden. Again, I'm sure he didn't mean it the way it came out. Finally, to confirm what my colleague from Barotseland said, the problem we have in Africa is that 1884 conference that divided us with no regard to who we are, ethnic nationalities, our languages and cultures. And the only way, and what I would hope that the UN will do at some point is, the only way we're going to get back to any semblance of peace is when the people decide. The voice of the people is the voice of God. The people must decide. And one of the ways that people can decide, which I hope, which I'm sure will eventually happen, is through a referendum. The people, as I said, the voice of the people is the voice of God, and the people must decide. Colonialists dividing pieces of land, people's land, as if it was a cake, cannot and will not be legitimate in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I'll now turn to J. Adaza. J. Adaza, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I stand on existing protocol. Hello, am I heard?
I hear you.
Okay, thank you. I stand in existing protocol. I've listened to speakers from the African continent since yesterday and today. And so far, somebody who got close to what I wanted to say is the professor of law from Ghana, Kwadwo. I want to make a statement. The word minority rights does not reflect in any of the African Charter. And we are all on minority rights forum, particularly right now. Is it not time for the African Charter to include this terminology, minority rights, in its charter? Because everybody seems to be talking about minority rights. So at what point they recognize minority rights, but fail to recognize it in the charter itself? Some of us, we don't have this reflecting on our constitution. So it makes it difficult for human rights activists to fight for these people's right, to upheld these people's right, when you fail to recognize them in the appropriate books that could be used to hold people responsible for violating their rights. So I think it's high time the UN now try to redefine the definition of minority right in the context that it will be acceptable to the African Charter. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I think your concern was addressed by the Vice Chairperson of the Africa Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I'm sure when we give him the chance to speak, he will comment on that. Thank you very much. I'll now turn to Joseph Yohana. Joseph Yohana, you have the floor.
Yes, I am back. Thank you, Frank. I'm really sorry for the whole miscommunication that happens earlier. In 2 minutes, there is a problem with the sense of belonging. We need from, let's say in Middle East, there has been for the last 18 years, the focus has been the belonging to the ethnicities. We need to have the belonging goes back to the countries. If we can do that, that would be amazing as one of the recommendations. Government should also require the government to apologize for all the mistake that's been happening. The governments in Middle East, especially Iraq, for all the contribution that happened and for cleansing the minorities inside Iraq. Number 2 of my discussions is going to be about the legislations. Currently, there is coming up elections happening. 3/4 of the Christians, minorities, or Sabia, or Kakais, or Shabak, they are all outside of Iraq. And the constitution are saying that there is no elections right or voting outside the country. That means there is a systematic political issue reducing the rights of minorities to be having a voice, political voice inside Iraq in the coming years. And that's need to be recommended in the United Nations so we can work around that. Also, another point I'd like to highlight is the transparency. There's a problem with the NGOs. Many of the NGOs that are working inside Iraq, these NGOs are trying to lobby and keep manipulating the rights of IDPs inside the country. NGOs need to work more transparent with the community. They need to build the capacity of the minorities, not only using minorities for extra funding for the coming years. There is a corruption, and the victims are the minorities because they are under the pressure of the government's cleansing system and under the pressure of the NGOs not doing the right thing. Thank you very much, and I hope the conference was a good platform to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I invite the last 2 comments, let me read a message I received directly from Mauricio Mitchell, minority fellow of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights in Colombia. And the message reads that in recent years, a growing illegal migration has been observed, especially of Afro-descendant people from African countries and some places in Asia, usually minorities, to countries in America. They use the northeast of Colombia as a point of entry to Central America and the United States, with many tragedies in the way, in particular girls, boys, women, and pregnant women. Now from that, she's asking, what will be recommended so that this situation could be carried out under dignified and legal conditions? And how can we set up and deliver alternatives in the original countries to prevent conflict so that these migrants can have better conditions and enjoy their human rights in their original countries and decline to continue this risky and near deadly option? So thank you very much for your comment, Mauricio Mitchell. I'll now turn to concerned Igbo youth. You have the floor. Are you there? Can you hear me? Concerned Igbo youth.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
All right. Hi, everyone. And my contribution is just to chime in on what Alex Kigundu and Salako had said. And Dr. Wale kind of touched on the issues concerning Nigeria. And I'm going to use Nigeria as a case point. Most of these colonial guys, and you can attribute most of the conflicts in Africa to how countries were created at colonialism and whatnot. And what can either resolve this issue, because it's going to continue for centuries if it's not resolved and attended to as a matter of importance, especially Nigeria. Like Nigeria, there are 2 options for Nigeria. It's either the current government changes what it's called as a federating unit right now, because we're calling our system of government as federating unit, but in reality it's a unitary system. Everyone knows that. It's either they reconstitute the constitution, and that's going to quell most of the agitations, or they just go to a referendum to determine if all of these tribes want to still continue living as one. Because Nigeria is just existing in unity on paper, but in reality, there's actually no unity. The Biafrans, which is my people, are wanting to leave, and now the Yorubas are also wanting to leave, and this is going to be a recurring theme if this is not really addressed as a matter of urgency. So I really implore the United Nations to kind of intervene in most African nations to see how this can be addressed, and this would really resolve most of the immigration problems, the conflicts where people kind of lose lives on a daily basis just due to the oppressions most people or minorities face here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We now have only 5 minutes to conclude this session. And unless I get any indication that it could be extended, I would like to give the opportunity back to our panel of experts so that they can give their final comments before we draw the session to a close. That will mean that we have 2 people who would like to make a contribution that may not be able to do so because of the time constraints. So my sincere apologies for that. Let me give the floor to our panel of experts. Is Honorable Lumbu here? If Honorable Lumbu is not here, I'll give the floor to Dr. Basma Habib. Your final comment, please.
Just to mention a very important point, because I didn't have time to talk in detail about it regarding the issue of minorities of Iraq. So it's very complicated, the situation of the minorities, because there are many minorities, whether religious or ethnic minorities. Their problem also, problems are many. I hope that sometime we will devote a whole day on that. So the state efforts in trying to solve some of the problems are there, but of course, most of the efforts are faced with economic and financial problems and obstacles. As you know, financial recovery is very important because minorities are suffering from economic problems. And because of the damage to their infrastructure, to their homes, etc. And also the financial recovery of the victims also are very important. And in this regard, there are problems. We are working on that, but it's below what is expected. I hope that we will devote in the future a whole session on that. One of the participants talked about the belonging and identity. We know that belonging and identity is important in Iraq. So belonging to the nation state and belonging is weaker than belonging to the identity. So the state and the universities need to work seriously on this belonging, feeling of belonging to the country and to the state. 93%, as you know, of the citizens voted in favor of the territorial division of the country. And we need to study the root causes of such a result. We need to find a solution to all these problems and try to make the citizen respect the other by offering equal rights to everybody and by making the minorities feel that they are full citizens, so that the citizen by the end will feel a citizen, full citizen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been informed that we can take the two comments from the participants. We have a little bit more time. So before I come back to Dr. Adeboye, let me give the floor to Abdulrahman Mohammed, whose hand is still up. So Abdulrahman Mohammed, you can make your comment, please. Is Abdulrahman Mohammed on?
Yeah, yes, on.
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Thanks for the coordinator and all the members of the forum. Just from East Africa Minority Youth Group. Just especially, I would like to focus on what is happening in Ethiopia in the minority groups. The minority groups are daily facing executed, displaced, getting burned their home, face rape, and so on, especially within these last 3 years. So that there is also, again, while they are fighting for their rights, for their exercise, just again, in between there is also some large ethnic groups also, the one that they are coordinating these minority groups, bringing together to exercise their rights, their democratization in federal system in Ethiopia, and bringing together them to exercise their rights. Because of they are coordinating and holding these minority groups, they are facing attack, excluded from the election, and facing attack even in the public, getting public execution, and also their leaders are thrown in the jail, like Oromo groups. Oromo in nature have their natural or cultural democratic system, what it means, Gada system. That Gada system is holding all minorities together like their own communities and making them to exercise their rights. So that as my ideology, when we say minority, minority is by not only by number, but also by dominance. The community that fighting for the minority is also facing difficulties and discrimination and getting executed. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Let me now turn to Dr. Adeboye to make some final remarks. Your mic, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Of course, time is never a friend when you are on such a platform like this, and so many people will have to have their say. But when I mentioned that the Nigerian state must deal with minority concerns in ways that the minority memory becomes a correctional tool for the future and not a source of fear. What I was saying by implication was that Nigeria must be prepared to redefine its existence as a nation. That one is not in doubt in any conversation when you're talking about minority issues in the country. So, and that can be in form of referendum, constitutional amendments, devolution of power from the central, or whatever other mechanism that needs to be done. So at the heart of that is the fact that we must recognize the issue of marginalization that is existing at the grassroots level of minority issues in the country. And this must be part of what we should be looking at in terms of coalition, recommendation of the U.S. Special Rapporteur. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adeboye. Let me now turn to Amina, who also has the final remarks to make. Aya?
Yes, thank you again. I have just one more point to add is about the NGOs that were had shortage of funding due to the Corona year, and many NGOs in Israel have been shuttered or lack of budget caused them to fire people who are working on, as my colleagues stated before, dissemination of information, collecting data, and helping our minority and bringing the voices to the international arena. So
I would just wanted to add that this is an important issue that we should keep in mind to help the NGOs survive after the Corona year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Aya. Honorable Rémy has just joined us. Honorable Rémy, can you please give us your final comments before we draw the session to a close? Okay, it seems Honorable Rémy is having connection issues. Can you hear me, Honorable Rémy?
Je vous entends. Il y a des questions sur moi.
Yes, I can hear you. So are there questions for me?
So I think there was one of the major issues raised was the issue of defining minorities within the African Charter and within the African context, which I think you mentioned in your presentation. So if you would like to reiterate that point, and then you give us your final remarks.
Oui, comme j'ai eu à vous le dire, la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
The African Charter, as I mentioned, that did not really deal with the issue of minorities. Now, this issue is the responsibility of the working group on indigenous people. The African Commission is conscious about the need to tackle this issue of minorities. That's why they enlarged the mandate of the African Commission since August 2020. So now they are dealing with minorities. So regarding this issue and the new competencies within the working group working on this issue, the African Commission or the working group has other competencies, among them to lead research and studies on African minorities. So initiated by the African Commission with the support of the partners and the commissioners. So we will have a substantial literature on this issue of minorities in Africa. And as I told you, the problem has to do with the definition of what is a minority. So, and this is due to the fact there are many definitions on this concept of minority. So we need to innovate and to look for a definition which corresponds to our African context. So the situation of minorities in Africa, is becoming a key issue today, and we need to define today, and we need to take into consideration the African culture around this concept of minority. That's why in the conclusion, or for those who are going to conclude this forum, and in my conclusion, I'd like to say that Africa is open, it needs partners, whether the United Nations or the other partners who contributed in the work of the Commission. They have a big contribution to make in this regard, whether through activities for the promotion of the human rights or on issues linked to minorities, etc. So my only recommendation is that we are open. I'm not the president of this working group. There is another colleague who is Ms. Alexandra Missouri from Seychelles. So I will transmit the message to her. So there is still hope that within this working group and with the support of other partners, we will continue to work as we have done with the indigenous people. We'll do the same thing with the minorities. This is my recommendation. So I'm saying it in English, our doors are open and you are welcome in Africa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rémy. And with that, we conclude this session. I would like to humbly thank our panel of experts, Honorable Rémy, Dr. Habib, Dr. Adeboye, and Ayamana for sharing your insights with us. We really appreciate your contributions and your expertise. And I would like to kindly request that you send your recommendations to Nicoletta or to Sean, and they will be happy to collate them. And to you, our participants, I thank you so much for your active participation, and especially for the respectful manner in which you made your contributions. I really appreciate that. So thank you very much. And I'll now hand over to Dr. Varenne to take over from here. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Obrigado. Many thanks, Mr. Okyere. We now come to the end of the thematic sessions and the interactive dialogue parts of this regional forum for Africa and the Middle East. We had some very powerful messages and insights in this final session from Iraq, from Nigeria, from Israel, as well as good news on positive developments at the African Commission with the recognition of minorities as a legitimate concern or area of action in Africa with the working group of the Commission. We all know, and I certainly have retained the message, we all know that the divvying up of Africa by colonial powers is at the root of many of today's tensions and challenges, because the borders, well, one of the reasons, the borders of modern states in Africa have little connection with the demographic, ethnic, and cultural reality on the ground. How can we try to protect at least a little bit better some of the most vulnerable groups and marginalized groups in these countries, including individuals, by using international human rights law is one of the concerns, the main concerns, when we talk about minority rights or the human rights of minority, as I would say. There's no ideal world. The United Nations is not a perfect organization either. But what we do have, at least, I would suggest to you, is one possible tool when we refer to the human rights of minorities. It's not the perfect solution, but it is sometimes possible to protect some individuals, some groups, by using the mechanisms and the standards that these provide. We will now have a 1 hour lunch break before returning to enter into the last phase of this regional forum with the presentation of the draft recommendations that have emanated from this forum and even previous to the forum, and with all of the discussions and consultations that we've had. And we will be explaining after the lunch break the process and the outcomes to be expected from this regional forum, with the recommendations also that will be finalized in the next phase of this regional forum. So we will therefore be returning at 4 p.m. Geneva time, 5 hours earlier in Eastern Canada, where I am currently located. So therefore, let's all return in 1.5 hours. And as we say in French, bon appétit et au plaisir de vous revoir sous peu. We'll see you soon after the lunch break. Goodbye. Merci.
Excellencies, Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final session of this first Africa-Middle East Regional Forum on Minority Issues. In this session, the list of recommendations that have been proposed and collated over the previous 2 days will be presented. The UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Beren, will introduce the list of recommendations. Following this, Marcus Oda, Program Manager at the Tom Lantos Institute, will...
Suite à quoi nous allons avoir la présentation de Monsieur le représentant de la...
For all participants through the Zoom share screen function. This will be only viewable in English. However, simultaneous interpretation will be available when the recommendations are read out. Participants who wish to comment on a specific recommendation should send their comments via the Zoom chat function, specifying the number of the recommendation. There will not be an opportunity for further interventions to be made during this session. All submitted comments will be collated and submitted to the Special Rapporteur, who will consider these and finalize the recommendations following the regional forum. This will be then made publicly available on the organizer's website, the webpage on the UN forum. The regional forum. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Fernand de Beren to introduce the recommendations.
Köszönöm. Merci beaucoup, Evelyn. Excellencies, distinguished participants, experts, and guests, bienvenue tout le monde. Welcome back, everyone. The end is near. During much of yesterday and today, what happened was that the members of the Tom Lantos Institute and others that are connected with my mandate have been working in the background to translate, assess, analyze, collate, summarize, and finally draft the recommendations which will be read to you in the next hour. Just to explain perhaps a bit more in terms of process. The sources of the recommendations are the various experts that we've had here, the moderators, the interventions and written submissions of recommendations that were made by you and others also, even prior to and during, of course, the regional forum. So all of those actually are the sources, what actually has led to the preparation of what we will call right now the drafts of the recommendations. So all of those were collated, were brought together by the organizers, mainly the Tom Lantos Institute and their team, and my own team also with my mandate. This will be the list of recommendations which you will be hearing and seeing in a few moments. The process involved in a way also removing a number of them. There were duplicates, recommendations that repeated the same thing. Some recommendations were excluded in a sense that they did not deal with minorities or they did not deal with the theme of this regional forum, and therefore they were not appropriate for this process. The Tom Lantos Institute team and members of my team tried to put together, if you will, the recommendations that were related, that shared, if you will, the same theme in different clusters to actually provide a kind of coherence to the very large number of recommendations which you'll be hearing, as I said, in a few moments. I, as Special Rapporteur, will have the ultimate say over the final form and set of recommendations. And this has to be explained because it is I, as Special Rapporteur, as independent expert for the United Nations on minorities, who will be presenting these recommendations officially and formally, if you will, to the United Nations Human Rights Council in my annual report to the Council in Geneva in March of next year, March of 2022. As Evelyn also mentioned earlier, these recommendations will also be used and will be available on the website of my mandate at the United Nations, at the website of the Tom Lantos Institute, which Evelyn referred to. they will be available and referred to before the organization, and will be considered also at the time of the 14th United Nations Forum on Minority Issues, which will be held in Geneva in early December. Now, just to make sure this is clear, there are this year 4 regional forums. We had a regional forum already in the Americas, which was held in April, which also produced a significant number of very well-based, very solid recommendations, recommendations that are appropriate for the context of the Americas, which is obviously quite different from other regions of the world. We are also preparing and we're completing the recommendations that are appropriate for the context in Africa and the Middle East. And we will have in September the Asia Pacific Regional Forum, and then in October a regional forum for Europe. All of these 4 regional forums, very different parts of the world, very different contexts, will produce their own set of recommendations, which will enrich the recommendations or the discussion which will be held in Geneva in terms of the 14th Forum on Minority Issues of the United Nations in December. And eventually all of those will be taken into account, as I said, as part of my, my annual report to the United Nations Human Rights Council. And eventually, as a final or one of the final outcomes of this process, eventually, I hope that we will be able to use all of these recommendations once they've been presented to the United Nations Human Rights Council as part of my report, to hopefully prepare practical guidelines or a practical guide on peace through justice in protecting the human rights of minorities in order to help prevent violent conflicts. That, in a nutshell, presents to you the process which will be continuing in the months to come and even into next year. I will stop there for now and give the floor back to Evelyn from the Tom Lantos Institute to introduce Marcus for the next steps of the process. Thank you.
Thank you for this introduction, Dr. Deveran. And now I give the floor to Marcus Soda to introduce the recommendations. I would like to remind all participants, if they wish to make a comment, to do so in the Zoom chat function. Now, Marcus, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Evelyn and Fernand, for explaining the recommendation process. I'm now going to share my screen and hopefully you'll be able to see. Sorry, I think the host needs to enable the share screen function.
Thank you, Mark. It should be available.
Okay, you should be able to see the recommendations now, and I'll begin presenting them, starting with the recommendations pertaining to norms, structures, and implementation of human rights, minority rights, and indigenous rights. Number 1, the United Nations should establish high-level mechanisms or fora on minority issues, including for the region of Africa and the Middle East, similar to existing structures on indigenous issues, such as the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. Number 2, the UN Special Procedures and the OHCHR should continue to hold yearly regional minorities forums, including online, to allow for greater regional participation from NGO participants and other individuals who often lack the resources to attend in-person conferences in Geneva, and a proliferation of ideas on how to solve ongoing regional conflicts and prevent them before they start. Number 3, the UN should continue to support the establishment of a voluntary fund for minority issues to facilitate the participation of minority representatives in relevant UN bodies and mechanisms. Number 4, all UN special procedures mandate holders should mainstream minority and indigenous rights into their mandates and work in consultation with members of those communities. Number 5, the UN should establish a mechanism that systematically monitors hate crimes and incitement to discrimination, hostility, and violence in accordance with Article 20, subparagraph 2 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, including a hate crimes reporting mechanisms or a new special procedures mandate on hate-based human rights violations. Number 6, all UN treaty bodies should endorse and implement the Guidelines Against Intimidation or Reprisals, also known as the San Jose Guidelines, and permit requests from individuals or groups to provide information to the relevant treaty body in a confidential manner to prevent intimidation and reprisals. Number 7, regional organizations and mechanisms such as the African Union should implement existing minority and indigenous rights frameworks in their work. Number 8, the UN system and regional bodies should support intercultural dialogue and information exchanges between states, minorities, and indigenous peoples to achieve full realization of their rights, including the rights to autonomy and self-determination in the case of indigenous peoples. Number 9, UN regional offices should offer technical assistance to civil society and representatives of minorities and indigenous peoples on bringing cases of violations of their rights to the attention of UN human rights bodies. Number 10, states should sign, ratify, and or accede to all international conventions and declarations relating to the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples, including the ILO Convention 169, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the optional protocols to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and adopt and implement the necessary measures to adequately respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples at the national, subnational, and local levels. Number 11, states should adopt legislation incorporating the human rights of minorities as provided for by international law. Domestic courts should enforce national legislation related to the protection of minority rights in their jurisprudence. Number 12, states should implement decisions and recommendations adopted by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, and other regional and sub-regional mechanisms as they relate to conflict and minority rights. Number 13, states should regularly report on their obligations to protect the human rights of minorities and indigenous peoples in their reports to the Universal Periodic Review Mechanism. States should implement all voluntary pledges, recommendations, and comments made during Universal Periodic Review. Number 14, states should promote the implementation of Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. Number 15, states should implement recommendations made by the UN Forum and regional forums on minority issues through, for example, the support of national human rights institutions. Number 16, states should work with local government authorities, municipal elected officials, and grassroots level minority organizations on the importance of recognizing the respect and rights of minorities, cultural diversity,
البلديات للاعتراف والاحترام حقوق الأقليات 17
cultural dialogue between states, indigenous peoples, and minority groups should be established.
Let me stop you here, Marcus, for a second to explain it to the participants that they can recommend changes to these draft recommendations by using the Zoom chat function. So please, everyone who have comments on any of these recommendations, put your comments into the chat box referring to the specific number of the recommendation. Thank you. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you. I'm now going to continue with the recommendations under the theme of equality, non-discrimination, and intersectionality. Number 18, states should introduce comprehensive anti-discrimination or equalities laws, which critically align with human rights standards those enumerated in ICCPR and ICE-SCR Article 2 and ICERD Article 1. Number 19, states should amend national constitutions or domestic legislation that clearly institutionalize discrimination against minorities and enshrine the dominance of one ethnic, religious, or linguistic majority over others. Society should be inclusive of the diversity of its population and, at the very least, constitutionally and legally acknowledge the presence and equal dignity of all minorities on the territory and should not exclude any specific minority from such recognition. Number 20, legal and policy reforms relating to anti-discrimination must be led by participatory processes, including affected minority groups. Ethnic, cultural, religious, and linguistic diversity and inclusive practice during these processes is essential. Number 21, states should establish national human rights institutions, equality bodies, or ombudsman offices to ensure the regular implementation and monitoring of anti-discrimination legislation. Such institutions should ensure the effective participation of minorities and their organizations, including at the grassroots level, in monitoring mechanisms and practices. Number 22, states should guarantee the sustained implementation of affirmative action programs until equality for ethnic or national, religious, and linguistic minorities is achieved, as outlined under ICERD. Number 23, states should ensure that law and policy reforms are accompanied by educational programs and awareness-raising campaigns to address deep-rooted prejudice and biases in relation to minority groups and to ensure that legal and policy reforms are implemented and have societal support. States should ensure the necessary commitment and funding to develop such campaigns and educational programs. The UN and relevant regional international organizations should ensure the provision of adequate technical assistance and financing to assist states which lack the resources to develop and implement such programs. Number 24, states should promote respect for minority groups and protect them from stigmatization and hate speech in the public sphere in accordance with international human rights standards. The next theme is recognizing and accommodating ethnocultural and religious diversity. Number 25, states should recognize, including in constitutions, ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity, and incorporate respect for such diversity in law, policy, and in the practice of state institutions in line with international standards enshrined in the UNDM and the UNDRIP. The localization and implementation of relevant international human rights law should take into account the colonial history and legacy of these regions where non-recognition of ethnocultural diversity was often coupled with anti-discrimination approaches favoring assimilation and homogenization. For the attainment of pluralist societies, anti-discrimination approaches should be complemented with the protection and promotion of the existence, equality, identity, and effective participation of minorities and the internal self-determination in the case of indigenous peoples. Number 26, states should promote the religions and cultural heritage of minorities and indigenous peoples and protect them from identity-based discrimination, hostility, and violence. Number 27, states should consider employing territorial autonomy arrangements and other forms of power sharing arrangements that take account of the traditional presence of concentrated minority populations as a means of efficiently providing added guarantees of equality and non-discrimination for minorities, and to better ensure the protection of their rights, particularly in relation to their effective participation and rights related to language, religion, or culture. Number 28, states should share good practices on recognizing, promoting, and managing ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity at the regional level. Number 29, states should recognize the equal dignity and rights of all and safeguard a person's privacy, particularly in violence-prone or post-conflict societies, in line with the right of those belonging to minorities to self-identify and whether to do so publicly or not. This should include not listing an individual's ethnic or religious affiliation in widely used public documents such as personal identity cards. Number 30, states should initiate legislative reform programs to ensure the recognition of religious, cultural, and linguistic diversity in their constitutions. This should include provisions for religious pluralism and recognition of the linguistic rights of minorities.
Let me stop you, Marcus, again to remind all participants that they can use the Zoom chat function to send their suggestions related to these recommendations. All of these comments will be collated and sent to the special rapporteur before he makes the final decision about the recommendations. Back to you, Marcus.
The next set of recommendations relates to the theme of ensuring effective participation in public, political, economic, social, and cultural life. Number 31, states should employ a holistic approach to peace building that includes the political, economic, and social empowerment of minorities and indigenous peoples, including minority and indigenous women, youth, and grassroots movements. Number 32, states should include minorities and indigenous peoples in constitutional drafting ratification committees. Number 33, states should ensure the effective participation of minorities and their representatives in the development, implementation, and monitoring of laws and policies affecting them, including special measures. Historic discrimination, marginalization, and socioeconomic inequality experienced by minorities and indigenous peoples, including minority and indigenous women and youth, need to be addressed by these laws and policies. Number 34, states should guarantee the full voting rights and effective political participation of minorities and indigenous peoples. Number 35, states should ensure that sustainable economic development projects are inclusive and equitable with regard to minority and indigenous groups. Number 36, states should equitably distribute national wealth to remote regions, especially amongst minorities and indigenous peoples, and adopt inclusive economic strategies to prevent all forms of exclusion and discrimination. Number 37, states should fully harness and support young people's contribution to peace through investment in their capacities, redressing the structural barriers that limit youth participation in peace and security, and emphasizing partnerships and collaborative action where young people are viewed as essential partners for peace. Number 38, relevant United Nations agencies and offices should provide technical support to state institutional structures to ensure that minorities are represented in decision-making processes. The next theme of the recommendations is stateless and displaced minority and indigenous groups. Number 39, states should cease the practice of withdrawal of citizenship, particularly from ethnic and religious minorities, which renders them stateless and unable to exercise their citizenship and human rights. This practice exacerbates tensions and leads to instability and violence. Number 40, states should implement long-term economic programs, including subsidized housing programs and income-generating opportunities for displaced minority and indigenous communities in areas to where they are displaced and/or in areas to which they are returning. Number 41, the UN and states should facilitate the voluntary return of displaced minority groups to their homes by ensuring their physical security and that the necessary services are in place. Number 42, the UN and other international and regional organizations providing humanitarian aid during conflicts should use best methods and practices to ensure that minorities and indigenous peoples receive such aid on an equal basis. Education. Number 43, states should promote ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity, including about minority culture, history, heritage, and their contributions to society in national curricula, and create institutions for cultural expressions of diversity. This could also include collaboration with relevant regional organizations in developing a region-wide educational campaign focused on the promotion of minority rights and values of diversity. Number 44, states should ensure equal access to education without discrimination, including for minority and indigenous communities, including by providing safe and affordable means of transportation for students to access educational institutions, especially in areas with large displaced minority communities. Number 45, states should provide formal and informal education, including in national curricula, about human and minority rights, including how protection and promotion of these rights can prevent conflict situations. Number 46, states should ensure that human and minority rights education equips minorities and indigenous peoples, including minority and indigenous women, to effectively exercise their rights.
Thank
Thank you, Marcus. Stopping you for the last time. I see a comment already came in related to one of the recommendations. We noted the comment, and I would like to encourage all of the other participants to also use this opportunity to send comments related to these recommendations so they could be taken into account before the final decision is made. Thank you. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you. I'll now continue with the recommendations under the theme of land and environment. Number 47, states should put an end to policies resulting in the unlawful expropriation of property owned by minorities and indigenous peoples. When dealing with property disputes, minorities and indigenous peoples should enjoy equal access to judicial and law enforcement mechanisms. Legal decisions mandating the return of unlawfully expropriated properties should be enforced. Number 48, states should ensure protection of natural resources and the environment without discrimination, as the destruction or limitation of such resources can be a source of human rights violations and conflict, particularly in relation to minorities and indigenous peoples. Health. Number 49, states should ensure equal and non-discriminatory access to critical health services to avoid further marginalization of minorities and indigenous peoples, including displaced communities, which can also be a source of tension and conflict. Access to justice. Number 50. States should provide equal access to judicial systems and equality before the law, regardless of ethnicity, race, religion, or language. Number 51, states should address gaps in the legal system in relation to accountability for the commission of atrocities and hate crimes at the national level, including by creating independent investigative bodies and training prosecutors and judges. Number 52, states should introduce judicial and legislative reforms to ensure the prosecution of perpetrators of atrocity crimes, including violence targeting minority and indigenous communities and sexual violence targeting minority and indigenous women. Number 53, the UN and other international and regional organizations should provide technical and legislative assistance to states to make necessary reforms to legal systems, including criminal and criminal procedure laws and legal practices to ensure their compatibility with international human rights standards. Data collection. Number 54. Research, data collection, and consultations should be carried out in relation to atrocities against minorities to develop more specific early warning indicators. Number 55, the OHCHR should partner with local NGOs, including minority civil society organizations, to monitor and develop country reports on rights violations of minorities on a yearly basis. Media. Number 56, states must ensure freedom of the media, particularly in relation to reporting on human and minority rights violations and on conflicts. Number 57, civil society organizations should provide training for journalists about human and minority rights and unbiased coverage of conflicts, in particular ensuring that minority voices are also included. This is essential since the coverage of events and the minority label are such that stories are often told from the point of view of the majority. Number 58, journalists and media outlets should develop professional standards on reporting on conflicts involving minorities and indigenous peoples in line with existing international human rights, including minority and indigenous rights. Conflict prevention measures. Number 59, existing UN human rights mechanisms and bodies should mainstream a mass atrocity prevention framework into their work. This could include early human rights reporting by treaty bodies and special procedures, which links hateful intent with other violations to provide a clearer picture of systemic identity-based violence against minorities and other affected groups. Number 60, the UN should include more women mediators, peace envoys, special representatives, and special advisors to assist in conflict resolution and mediation in compliance with UN Security Council Resolution 1325. Number 61, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights should consider conducting a mission to states to deepen dialogue with their governments on various human rights issues affecting minorities and indigenous peoples in the country. Number 62, states should institute regional disarmament, small arms and weapons control, and conflict resolution processes in cooperation with regional neighbors where relevant. Number 63, regional and interstate cooperation between countries with interconnecting minority groups involved in regional conflicts should be encouraged. Number 64, states should urgently address ethnic-driven conflicts in the region through effective and genuine mediation and apply other methods that reinforce peaceful coexistence and resolution of conflicts. This should include government prioritization of addressing historic drivers of these conflicts, land ownership, denial of cultural and linguistic rights, political participation, and equality of socioeconomic opportunities by the minorities targeted or most affected by violent conflict. Number 65, states should recognize and publicly apologize for mass atrocities committed against minorities and indigenous peoples in their territories, including by creating processes for proper reconciliation and commemoration and effectively preventing recurrence. Effective participation of minorities and indigenous peoples in all of these processes is essential. Number 66, states should establish specific national mechanisms for the prevention of conflict, genocide, mass atrocity crimes, and all forms of discrimination. The membership of the mechanism should be diverse to include state and non-state actors with expertise in dealing with the rights of minorities and other marginalized groups. Number 67, states should establish peacemaking advisory bodies to advise conflict parties on conflict analysis, mediation, and negotiation skills to enable the effective and sustainable resolution of conflicts. The bodies should not just be representative of governments and armed non-state actors, but also affected minorities, indigenous groups, prominent political actors, and tribal groups where applicable. Number 68, the use of local traditional forms of conflict resolution and reconciliation mechanisms should be maintained, utilized, and encouraged in order to complement the existing judicial system. This should also include providing support to civil society organizations to enable them to mediate and settle intercommunal conflicts and build peaceful coexistence between diverse communities. Number 69, social media networks should provide warnings in the event of early signs of a conflict, such as online manifestations of hate speech against minorities and indigenous peoples. And that's the last one.
Thank you, Marcus, for presenting the recommendations. We now have the final list of recommendations from the Africa Middle East Regional Forum 2021. Thank you to everyone who has proposed recommendations and provided their input on the list. Following the closing session, the list will be finalized by the special rapporteur. Finally, I would now like to give the floor to Dr. Fernando Varem for the last time for his concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. I noticed that you said for the last time, which means that you've had enough of me. Okay. Excellencies, distinguished experts and guests, mesdames et messieurs. Well, first of all, congratulations and thank you. And I'll start with congratulations because these have been 2 days of fruitful and thoughtful discussion course of drafting these recommendations, which we've shared with you and we will be finalizing now. In a way, this regional forum has exceeded our expectations.